Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The silence in the office was a physical presence, a thick, sound-absorbing gel that had been poured into the space after hours. It was not a peaceful quiet. It was a distorted silence, the kind that rings in your ears and makes you aware of the blood moving through your own veins. It was the silence that follows a scream or a fall. It was the silence I was hired to dissect. My name is Julian, and for the next several weeks I would be Julian Croft, a new senior copywriter at the Verve advertising agency, a temple of chrome and ambition where a young man named Caspian had 3 nights ago decided that a 22-story descent from his corner office window was the best solution to his problems. The police had called it a suicide. The man who hired me, a corporate security consultant with ties to interests far darker than any boardroom, had called it an inconvenience. I called it a locked room mystery, even if the room in question was the entire, gleaming city of Los Angeles, spread out like a carpet of broken diamonds below Caspian's final vantage point. My first day was a study in controlled chaos, a stark contrast to the dead quiet I had felt on my weekend reconnaissance. The air hummed with the low thrum of computers and the frantic energy of people selling things that did not exist yet. The scent was a peculiar cocktail of expensive coffee, toner fumes, and the faint, sweet rot of overripe ambition. I was shown to my desk, a sterile expanse of white laminate in a bullpen of identical desks, all facing the glass-walled office where Caspian had once held court. It was empty now, a pristine vacuum, but I could feel its pull, a gravitational field of unanswered questions. Braden, the agency director, was a man carved from tan leather and crisp linen. He moved through the office with the serene authority of a shark in a well-stocked aquarium. He gave a brief, somber speech about the tragedy, his voice a smooth, reassuring baritone that promised everything was under control. His eyes, however, were the pale, calculating blue of a glacier, and they scanned the room not for grief, but for dissent. He was the guardian of appearances, and Caspian's messy exit had been a profound breach of protocol. My colleagues were a collection of sharp edges and hungry eyes. There was Lara, with her razor-sharp bob and a smile that could cut glass, who spoke in perfect, pre-focus grouped sound bites. There was Miles, whose boyish charm was a carefully constructed facade over a core of pure competitive venom. They were brilliant and cynical, and they viewed Caspian's death not as a loss, but as a vacancy, a promotion opportunity. Their sympathy was a thin veneer, and beneath it, I could smell the metallic scent of fresh blood in the water. The secretaries and typists, the minor figures who truly ran the machine, were different. They observed from their stations, their faces neutral, but their eyes held a deeper, more weary knowledge. I made a point of being kind to them, of remembering their names. Eleanor, the head secretary, had been with Verve for 30 years. Her hands, speckled with age, moved over the keyboard with a gentle, rhythmic tap-tap-tap that became the metronome to my days. She was a repository of all the secrets that the chrome and glass could not contain. My investigation began not with questions, but with observation. I immersed myself in the world of Verve, of selling dreams of happiness through deodorant and sports cars. I wrote catchy slogans and sat through brainstorming sessions where we dissected the human psyche for weaknesses to exploit. All the while I pieced together the ghost of Caspian. He was an ambiguous figure, a golden boy with a dark streak. charismatic, gifted, the agency S-star, but the whispers painted another picture of debts, of long, unexplained absences, of a man living a life far more expensive than his generous salary could afford. I found my first crack in the facade during a late night, the office once again submerged in that distorted silence. I was working on a pitch for a new perfume, something called Nyx, and the creative brief demanded words like nocturnal and forbidden. The words reminded me of Caspian. I slipped into the bullpen and approached his old Team S shared network drive. The official files were mundane. But there, hidden inside a folder labeled Archived Mood Boards, was another folder, password protected. It was named Our Rose. Took me 2 days and a carefully planted conversation with a leaner about Caspian's love of obscure poetry to guess the password. It was Akron, the River of Woe. The folder opened to reveal not ad campaigns but financial spreadsheets. They were a labyrinth of shell companies and coded transactions, a river of money flowing out of Verve and into a numbered offshore account. But it was not just embezzlement. Interwoven with the financial data were manifests, shipment manifests for art, for antiquities, but the values listed were absurd, inflated by a factor of 100. It was a money laundering operation of breathtaking scale, using the agency's legitimate international media buys as a cover. Braden was involved. His digital signature was on several of the approval forms, but he was a cog, a well-dressed one, but a cog nonetheless. This was too big, too sophisticated. This was the work of the criminal connection, the external network. Caspian had not just been involved, he had been a key architect. So why was he dead? A falling out among thieves? Or had he discovered something within the scheme that even he was not meant to see? The tension in the office began to coil tighter. Lara was suddenly driving a new sports car. Miles was taking long lunches with Braden, returning with a smug cat who ate the canary look that made my skin crawl. I felt the eyes on me, the subtle testing of my cover. Braden called me into his office one afternoon. The sun was setting, painting the room in shades of orange and gold, but the air was cold. "Julian, your work on the Nyx account is exceptional," he said, steepling his fingers. "You have a real understanding of the darker appeals of desire. Caspian had that same instinct. It's a rare gift." He was probing. I kept my face a mask of modest appreciation. "Thank you, Braden. I just try to find the truth in the product." "The truth," he repeated, a faint smile playing on his lips. "A dangerous thing to go looking for in our business. We sell better truths, more profitable ones." The conversation was a warning wrapped in a compliment. I left his office feeling the walls close in. The criminal connection knew there was an investigation. They did not know it was me, but they knew someone was sniffing around. I had to move faster. The break came from a leaner. She came to my desk late one evening, her movements quiet as a shadow. She placed a small brass key on my desk. "He gave this to me for safekeeping," she whispered, her voice barely disturbing the heavy air. "Caspian. About a week before he said if anything ever happened to him, I should give it to someone who asked the right questions. You were the only one who has asked about poetry." The key was for a bus station locker. Inside, I found a small, fireproof lockbox. Within that, a single, unmarked USB drive. It held Caspian's confession, a video file. He sat in his apartment, the city lights twinkling behind him like a field of lies. He looked tired, stripped of his golden boy armor. He laid it all out, the laundering, Braden's role, the client, a syndicate based in Eastern Europe that dealt in weapons and human misery, using Verve to clean their profits. He explained how it worked, the fake invoices for ad space in foreign markets that never ran, the payments that were siphoned and washed clean through a dozen shell companies. But then he got to the heart of it. He had discovered a subfolder within Ouroboros, a file named Leth, the River of Oblivion. It contained not financial data, but profiles, dozens of them, young men and women, their pictures, their skills, their psychological evaluations. Verve was not just laundering money, it was a talent scout. The syndicate was using the agency's exhaustive psychographic research to identify potential recruits, the ambitious, the morally flexible, the deeply in debt, and then leveraging Caspian's operation to blackmail them into service. They were building a network of assets inside corporate America, and Caspian had been their headhunter. He had tried to back out, he had threatened to go to the authorities. That was when he found the photograph. A picture of his younger sister, who lived in another state, taken from outside her apartment window. There was no threat written on it. None was needed. The message was clear: his silence or her safety. "So you see," Caspian said to the camera, his face a mask of utter defeat. "Jumping isn't a choice. It's a transaction, my life for hers. They get their silence and I get to ensure it. A final, faithful employee." He managed a ghastly smile. Tell them the slogan for Nix, the scent of your own oblivion. They appreciate the irony. The revelation was a cold stone in my gut. It was not a suicide. It was a staged suicide, a murder designed to look like a capitulation. He had been forced to write the note, to stand on that ledge, to make the choice to jump, all to save his sister. It was the most brutal form of execution imaginable. I had the truth, I had the evidence, but the criminal connection was still out there, and Braden was their man on the inside. I went to the police, but through my own channels, the ones that had hired me. The takedown was swift and silent. Braden was arrested at dawn the next day as he stepped out of his silver Mercedes. The news rippled through the office not as a shock, but as a grim confirmation. The shark had been removed from the aquarium. The agency tried to heal. Lara was promoted to Braden's position. Miles applied for her old job. The machine momentarily stalled, grinded back to life. The silence that returned was different now. It was the quiet of exhaustion, of secrets buried but not forgotten. My work was done. Julian Croft submitted his resignation, citing a better offer back east. On my last day, I cleaned out my desk. The office was empty, the weekend once again descending. I stood for a moment, looking out the window, not from Caspian's office, but from my own humble spot in the bullpen. The city was still there, vast and indifferent. I had solved the mystery. I had exposed the corruption. A man was in jail. A syndicate had been disrupted. It was a clean, satisfying ending. And then I saw it. The launch campaign for the new perfume, Nix, was on a billboard being erected across the street. The image was a stunning black and white photograph of a woman's silhouette against a starless night, and the slogan, in elegant, silver script, caught the dying light of the sun. I read the words and the bottom dropped out of my world. The air grew cold. The distorted silence rushed back in, louder than ever, ringing with a truth I had been too blind to see. The final, beautiful, devastating line was the one Caspian had told me to listen for, the clue he had left echoing from beyond the grave, a whisper now screaming from 100 soon-to-be-lit billboards across the city, hinting at a mystery far deeper and more unresolved than I could have ever imagined. The scent of your own oblivion. The words were not just a morbid joke or a piece of posthumous irony. They were a message, a flare shot directly at me. Caspian had not just been telling me what to listen for, he had been telling me that the operation was not over. The slogan for Nix, the perfume we had all worked on, the campaign I had personally helped to refine, had been approved and was now being launched. It was the syndicate's work. They were still here, still operating, still using Verve as their vehicle. Braden's arrest was not the end. It was a sacrifice, a single piece taken off the board to protect the king. My resignation was already in. Julian Croft was supposed to vanish, his purpose served. But as I stood there, frozen, watching the workmen secure the massive advertisement, I knew I could not leave. The real architects were still in place, hidden within the chrome and glass, perhaps even in the office around me. Lara with her new promotion, Miles with his newfound access. They had moved so quickly to fill the vacuum, had they been chosen. The lockbox and the USB drive were my only leverage, but Caspian had been meticulous. He had given me enough to bring down Braden, but he had held back the true depths, the names above Braden. He had died to protect his sister, but he had also died knowing that the Lethe project, the recruitment machine, was the real prize, and I had missed it. I had been so focused on the money, on the why of his death, that I had failed to see the living, breathing network that was its true purpose. I crumpled the resignation letter in my fist. Julian Croft would not be leaving. He would be staying, digging deeper, becoming more embedded. The criminal connection knew an investigator had been among them, but they believed that investigator was now gone, his job done. My greatest advantage was their belief that I was no longer a threat. I turned from the window. The empty office was no longer a crime scene, it was a battlefield. The silence was not just the absence of sound, but the quiet before a new kind of storm. I had to find the Lethe files, the real ones, not the sample Caspian had left me. I had to find the current list of recruits, the targets, the methods of approach, and I had to find Caspian's sister to see if the threat against her had truly been lifted, or if she was still a pawn in this endless, silent game. The phone on my desk rang, a sharp, electronic shriek in the quiet. I let it ring 3 times, my heart a hammer against my ribs, before I picked it up. It was Lara, her voice smooth as silk, asking if I could please come to her new office for a moment. She wanted to discuss the future of the Nix account, and she valued my input. She said she had some new market research she thought would interest me. Her office was no longer Braden-esque. She had moved the furniture, swapped the art, and installed a diffuser that filled the air with a sharp, ozonic scent meant to mimic clarity and power. It smelled like a thunderstorm in a bottle. Lara sat behind the new, larger desk, her razor-sharp bob perfectly framing a face that was all cool composure. Miles was there too, lounging in one of the guest chairs as if he owned it. He offered me a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Julian," Lara began, gesturing for me to sit. "I'm so glad you reconsidered. Your work on Nix has been instrumental. We're at a critical juncture." "I thought the campaign was locked," I said, taking the seat. "The billboards are going up as we speak." "The launch is one thing," Miles chimed in, his voice a lazy drawl. "The sustain is another. We need to build the narrative, deepen the brand's mythology." Lara slid a slim folder across the desk. "This is the new research, psychographic deep dive. We've identified our core consumer not just as someone who desires the forbidden, but as someone who recognizes that true power lies in controlling the narrative of their own life. And sometimes that requires editing the past." I opened the folder. Inside were not the usual charts and graphs, but a series of abstract philosophical statements. One line was underlined: "The Lethe option, a clean slate, is the ultimate luxury." The blood in my veins turned to ice. I kept my eyes on the page, afraid that if I looked up, they would see the understanding in my eyes. This was no market research. This was a briefing, a test. They were presenting the core tenet of their recruitment program to me, wrapped in the language of advertising to see if I was a potential candidate. They weren't just laundering money or recruiting assets. They were selling oblivion. They were offering to erase past mistakes, debts, crimes for a price. And the currency was future service. "It's provocative," I said, my voice carefully neutral. "The idea of buying a new beginning." "Exactly," Lara said, her gaze intense. "It's the product we've all been waiting for, even if we didn't know it. Caspian understood that. He was a pioneer in this kind of thinking." The mention of his name was another probe. I nodded slowly, as if in thoughtful agreement. A real visionary, a tragedy, what happened. "A necessary recalibration," Miles corrected softly. "The market demands it sometimes." The conversation continued, a dance of double entendres and veiled offers. They were sounding me out, seeing if the ambitious new copywriter was corruptible, if he was in need of a clean slate. Julian Croft, with his fabricated past and his vague references to starting over, must have seemed like a perfect candidate. They were not just continuing their operation, they were expanding it, and they were looking for a new head of recruitment. They were offering me Caspian's job. I played the part. I showed a flicker of avarice, a hint of understanding that went beyond selling perfume. I asked the right questions about client eligibility and long-term investment. By the time I left the office, I had a new assignment, to write the next phase of the Knicks campaign, the one that would subtly introduce the Lethe option to a pre-selected, high-value audience. Back at my desk, the silence felt different. It was no longer empty, it was watchful. I was no longer a hunter in the shadows. I was being invited into the lion's den. To refuse was to mark myself as an enemy. To accept was to walk deeper into the labyrinth with no guarantee I could find my way out. Caspian had been a victim, forced into his role. I was being given a choice, a devil's bargain wrapped in a promotion. The investigation was over. The real infiltration was just beginning. The first draft I wrote was a masterpiece of duplicity. It wove the concept of erasure into the language of high fashion and existential yearning. I sent it to Lara and received a one-word reply in under a minute. Perfect. It was the most terrifying endorsement I had ever received. My new role came with new privileges, including access to a tier of the agency's server I had previously needed Aliner's help to bypass. I was careful, so careful, but the Lethe files were nowhere to be found. They existed on a separate system, a ghost in the machine. The only way to find them was to prove my worth, to become indispensable to the operation. Weeks bled into a monotony of twisted creativity. I wrote copy that sold perfume and hinted at darker services. I sat in meetings where the line between marketing and manipulation dissolved completely. I learned that Miles handled the initial vetting, using the agency's consumer data to flag individuals with specific financial and psychological profiles. Lara was the closer, the one who met with the prospects and presented the offer of a clean slate in exchange for a lifetime of loyalty. They were a well-oiled machine, and they were slowly, deliberately, bringing me into the fold. I needed a name, a single verifiable identity from the Lethe list to use as a wedge to break the whole operation open. My chance came during a late-night strategy session. Miles had left his laptop unlocked on the conference room table while he went to fetch a bottle of whiskey from his desk. The screensaver was a slideshow of his sailing photos. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was a test, it had to be, a deliberate temptation. I moved without conscious thought. A few keystrokes brought the desktop to life. I navigated to a hidden partition I had previously identified through network snooping. There was a single file labeled Prospectus. I plugged in the small, encrypted drive my real employers had given me, a tool I had carried for months with dwindling hope. The file began to copy. The progress bar crept with agonizing slowness. The sound of Miles's footsteps returning from down the hall sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me. I yanked the drive free, closed the window, and dropped back into my chair just as the door swung open. He carried 2 glasses, his expression unreadable. "To new beginnings," he said, handing me a glass. "To clean slates," I replied, the words tasting like ash. I did not look at the contents of the drive until I was home, in the sterile silence of my apartment. The file contained a single profile, not a list, just one. Dr. Alina Petrova, a brilliant materials scientist drowning in medical debt from her daughter's chronic illness. Her profile was a work of art, a chilling portrait of vulnerability and talent. The proposed approach was to fabricate a research grant to clear her debts, with the understanding that her skills would be at the syndicate's disposal when the time came. It was a blueprint for ruin. It was also my proof, but as I prepared to send it up the chain, a cold realization settled over me. This was too easy. Miles never left his laptop unlocked. The single file was a breadcrumb, a piece of bait. They knew. They had to know. Sending this would confirm my true allegiance and end the game, but not sending it would confirm my cowardice, my unsuitability for the darker aspects of their work. I was in a checkmate of their design. I did nothing. I closed the file and waited. The next day, Lara called me into her office. Miles was there again, but this time the casual arrogance was gone, replaced by a focused intensity. "We have a problem," Lara said, her voice low and steady. "A prospect has gotten cold feet. Dr. Petrova. She's having ethical reservations about the source of her new funding." My blood ran cold. They were not just testing me, they were giving me a task. Miles feels a gentle reminder is in order, Lara continued, but I think a more nuanced approach is needed. You have a way with words, Julian. You understand motivation. We'd like you to speak with her, reassure her, secure her commitment. They were handing me a live wire. They wanted me to become an active participant, to dirty my hands not with data but with a human life, to prove my loyalty by breaking Dr. Petrova. If I refused, I was out. If I failed, I was useless. If I succeeded, I was one of them. There was no path that led back to the man I was before I walked into Verve. The silence in the room was a physical weight, and in its depths I heard the echo of Caspian's final, desperate transaction. I was being asked to become the very thing he had been forced to be. I looked at Lara, then at Miles, and gave a single, slow nod. The address for Dr. Petrova was a modest townhouse in a quiet, academic neighborhood. I stood across the street, the weight of the task a leaden cloak on my shoulders. My instructions were simple: convince her that the grant was legitimate and that her continued cooperation was in her and her daughter's best interest. The subtext was a threat, and we all knew it. I had been given a script, a series of talking points that leveraged her fear and her love for her child. It was a masterpiece of psychological manipulation. I couldn't do it, but I also couldn't walk away. My only play was to warn her, to give her a chance to run, but doing so would burn my cover and likely sign her death warrant anyway. The syndicate would simply send someone less delicate next time. I was trapped in the exact mechanism Caspian had described, a cog in a machine that grinds down human souls. I crossed the street and rang the bell. Dr. Petrova answered, a woman in her late 40s with intelligent, tired eyes and a faint Eastern European accent. She ushered me into a living room cluttered with children's toys and scientific journals. A little girl with oxygen tubes under her nose slept on the sofa, a blanket tucked carefully around her. I discarded the script the moment I saw her. I spoke plainly, quietly. I told her my real name wasn't Julian Croft. I told her the grant was a lie, a tool of a criminal organization that wanted to own her talents. I saw the color drain from her face, the terror bloom in her eyes. It was the exact opposite of reassurance. "Then why are you here?" she whispered, her body instinctively shifting to shield her daughter. "Because they sent me to secure your compliance," I said, "and if I fail, they will send someone who won't ask. You need to disappear, today, now." "My daughter, her treatments, the debt. Is a life in servitude to these people better than debt?" I asked. I pulled an envelope from my jacket. It contained every bit of cash I had, a fake passport I kept for emergencies, and a prepaid phone. "Take this, there's a safe house. I'll text you the address. Don't tell anyone, don't pack, just go." I was improvising a disaster. My handlers would be watching. Letting her go was an act of defiance they would not miss, but turning her was an act I could not live with. She looked from the envelope to my face, searching for the trap. She saw only my own desperation. She took the envelope. 20 minutes later, I watched from a nearby cafe as she bundled her daughter into their old car and drove away. I sent a brief, coded message to my real employer, a distress flare into the void. I had just blown my cover and likely condemned myself, but I had given one person a chance. I returned to Verve expecting confrontation, arrest, or a quiet knife in the parking garage. Instead, I found Lara waiting for me in the lobby. She smiled, a thin, sharp expression. "Miles saw her leave the city," she said, her voice conversational. "A rather dramatic exit. You were supposed to secure an asset, Julian, not set it free." I said nothing. There was nothing left to say. "It was a test," she continued, leading me toward the elevator. "The final one. We needed to see where your true loyalties lay when faced with a real, breathing conscience. Caspian failed this test. He developed a conscience. You, it seems, arrived with one fully intact." The elevator doors closed, sealing us in the silent, polished box. We were alone. "So what happens now?" I asked, my voice flat. Now she said we stop pretending. You are not a recruit, you never were. You are an investigator, we've been known for weeks. The floor seemed to tilt beneath my feet. Then why go through all this? To understand what you know, to learn your methods, to identify your handlers, and to deliver a message. The elevator dinged, opening not onto the office floor, but onto the rooftop. The wind whipped across the tar and gravel. She gestured for me to step out. My body went cold. This was it. This was Caspian S. Ledge. The message is this, Lara said, following me out but keeping a safe distance. We are not a syndicate you can dismantle. We are an idea. You took Braden, you saved the scientist, you have accomplished nothing. There are a dozen more Bradens, 100 more Petrovas. The Lethe option is a service the world craves, and we are the only ones who provide it. She looked at me, her hair whipping in the wind. Jumping is a transaction, Caspian said. So is living. Your transaction is this, your silence for your life. You will walk out of here. You will vanish. You will never speak of Verve or Ouroboros or Lethe again. Because if you do, we will not kill you. We will track down everyone you have ever tried to help, everyone you care about, starting with Dr. Petrova and her child, and we will offer them a different kind of clean slate. Do you understand the terms? It was a more insidious threat than a bullet. It was a life sentence of complicit silence. They were not killing me. They were recruiting me, after all, as a permanent, silent witness to their power. I looked over the edge at the distant street, at the people like ants, living their lives in blissful ignorance of the currents moving beneath the surface. I had come to find a killer and expose a conspiracy. I was leaving as its latest acquisition. I turned my back on the ledge and walked past Lara toward the elevator. I didn't look at her. I just pressed the button. The doors opened. As I stepped inside, her voice followed me, calm and certain. Enjoy your oblivion, Julian. The doors closed. I descended, not into hell, but back into the world, carrying the scent of my own powerlessness, a perfume that would never, ever wash off. The game was over. I had lost. And the silence that greeted me in the empty elevator was the sound of my new life beginning. The lobby was a cathedral of indifference. People moved with purpose, clutching coffees and phones, their lives untouched by the quiet execution that had just taken place on the roof. I walked through them, a ghost already. My car was in the underground garage, a rental that had never felt like mine. I got in and sat for a long time, my hands resting on the steering wheel, not seeing the concrete pillars in front of me. Lara's words were a brand on my mind. We are an idea. It was the most terrifying truth I had uncovered. You can arrest people, dismantle networks, but how do you kill an idea? The desire for a clean slate was primal, universal. They hadn't created a market. They had simply found a way to monetize a human condition. I drove not to my apartment, but to a public park. I found a bench overlooking a pond where ducks quacked, oblivious. I took out the prepaid phone, the twin to the one I had given Dr. Petrova. I had one move left, a final, desperate transaction of my own. I sent a single prearranged code to my handler. It meant cover blown, abort. It was a message that would trigger a protocol, scrubbing traces of my investigation and pulling in any remaining assets. It was also a confession of failure. I waited for a response. None came. The silence from that end was just as absolute. They had cut me loose. I was a compromised agent, a liability. Julian Croft was dead, and the man I had been before him was now a ghost without a name. My personal phone buzzed in my pocket. The screen showed a number I didn't recognize, but the area code was for the city where my sister lived. My breath hitched. It was a coincidence. It had to be. Lara's threat was a long-term one, a sword to hang over my head, not something to be acted upon in the first hour. I answered, my throat tight. Hello. There was a pause, then a voice, familiar and warm and utterly shattering. Hey, you, it's me. It was my sister. I just had the weirdest dream about you. I had to call. Are you okay? You sound strange. I closed my eyes, a wave of nausea and relief washing over me. It was a coincidence, a simple human coincidence. They didn't know who she was, they didn't know who I was, not yet, but the call itself was the proof of their power. It was a reminder that the threads of my life were now visible to them, and they could pull anyone they chose at any time. "I am okay," I lied, forcing lightness into my voice. "Just a long day at work. Tell me about your dream." As she spoke, her voice a lifeline to a world I had just been exiled from, I watched a man in a dark suit sit down on a bench 100 yards away. He didn't look at me. He opened a newspaper. He was just a man in a suit on a bench, but I knew. He was the signature on my new contract, the silent guarantor of my silence. My oblivion had a supervisor. I finished the call with my sister, promising to visit soon, a promise that tasted like ash. I stood up and walked away from the bench, from the park, from the city. I had no destination. The man with the newspaper did not follow. He didn't need to. The threat was not in his presence. It was in his existence. I was free to go anywhere, to do anything, as long as I remembered the terms. I was a book they had closed and placed back on the shelf, a story deemed too dangerous to be told. And in the quiet of my own mind, I had already begun the work of forgetting, of building my own personal Lethe, one silent day at a time. The train moved through the countryside, a steady rhythm of escape. I had bought a ticket to a city I had never seen, paying with cash from an ATM, the last withdrawal from an account that would soon be closed. Each mile that passed was a layer of insulation, a buffer between the man I was and the ghost I was becoming. I watched fields and forests blur past, but all I could see was Lara's calm, triumphant face on the rooftop. My new apartment was a single room overlooking a brick wall. The air smelled of old cooking and dust. I had no luggage, just the clothes I was wearing and the prepaid phone, which was now my only connection to a past that was rapidly receding. I powered it on, a reckless act, and saw the message from my handler had finally come through. It was not the abort confirmation I expected. It was a single line of text. "Asset Petrova secure. New assignment pending. Maintain cover." I stared at the words, my mind refusing to process them. Maintain cover. My cover was in ashes. Lara had looked me in the eye and told me they knew everything. This message made no sense, unless her confession on the roof was the final layer of the test. A psychological break designed to see if I would truly crumble and run, or if some part of me still believed in the mission. By letting Dr. Petrova go, I had passed one test of character. By not immediately contacting my handlers afterward, I might have failed another. They were still watching, still probing. The man in the park may not have been a threat, but a protector, or he could have been both. The paradox was paralyzing. If I was truly burned, responding to this message would lead my handlers into a trap. If I wasn't, ignoring it would be an act of desertion, abandoning Dr. Petrova and any hope of stopping our robberos. I was caught between two lies, unsure which was truth. I spent the night on the bare mattress, listening to the sounds of the unfamiliar city. The silence was no longer empty or watchful. It was a maze of mirrors, each reflection a distortion of reality. I had no idea who I was supposed to be. The next morning, I went to a public library and used a computer to access a dead-drop server, a more secure channel. The message there was the same: maintain cover. It was an order, and in the absence of any other truth, an order was a lifeline. It gave me a shape, a purpose, however fragile. I had to go back. I had to walk into Verve and act as if the rooftop conversation had never happened, as if my defiance with Dr. Petrova was just a minor miscalculation in my initiation. It was an impossible performance. The following Monday, I entered the office. The air was still. Lara's assistant nodded to me from her desk. Miles was in the kitchen, pouring coffee. He glanced at me, his expression unreadable. I walked to my desk, my every nerve screaming. I half expected security to descend at any moment. An email notification popped up. It was from Lara. The subject line was Nix, Phase 3. The body was a list of revisions to the campaign, corporate and mundane. There was no mention of Petrova, of the rooftop of oblivion. It was business as usual. I opened the document, my hands trembling slightly. The The words on the screen were a foreign language. I was back in the lion's den, but now I knew the lions could not only smell fear, they could manufacture it. My return was not a victory. It was a deeper level of infiltration, one where I could no longer trust my own senses. The investigation was not over. It had simply become indistinguishable from the crime. I began to type, crafting lies about perfume, while the real work, the work of determining what was real and what was a test, began again in the terrifying quiet of my own mind. The revisions were a meaningless blur of marketing jargon, but I typed with a focused intensity, performing the role of Julian Croft for an audience I could no longer see. Every click of the keyboard, every sip of lukewarm coffee, felt like a line in a play where I had forgotten the next act. Miles walked by my desk and dropped a file next to my elbow without breaking stride. It was a gesture so normal it felt like a threat. I waited a full hour before opening it. Inside was not work. It was a personnel file, but not for a Verve employee. It was for a city councilman, a rising star known for his anti-corruption platform. Attached was a brief, a single sentence typed on a plain sheet of paper. Assess for lethe suitability. Primary pressure point, daughter's immunity waiver. My blood went cold. This was not a test of my loyalty to Verve. This was a test of my resolve as an investigator. They were handing me evidence of their next target, daring me to act. This was the new assignment. They wanted to see what I would do with live intelligence. Would I protect the councilman, exposing my true allegiance, or would I coldly assess him, proving my value to Ouroboros by helping to destroy an honest man? There was no third option. I was being forced to choose a side not in theory, but in practice, with a man's future as the currency. I closed the file. The silence in the office was no longer a maze of mirrors. It was a vice. I had to warn the councilman, but any move I made would be observed. My handler's order to maintain cover was a leash. I was not an investigator anymore. I was a piece on the board, and my next move would decide the game. I opened a new email, my fingers hovering over the keys. I began to type a reply to Lara, a preliminary assessment full of cautious corporate language. Each word was a betrayal of someone, either the councilman or the man I used to be. I finished the email and sat there, my finger on the mouse, hovering over the send button. The cursor blinked, a tiny, relentless metronome counting down the seconds until I had to choose. The cursor blinked, a tiny, relentless heartbeat in the stagnant air. Sending the email was an act of complicity, a direct step toward ruining a good man. Not sending it was a flare gun signaling my defiance. There had to be a third way, a move they wouldn't anticipate. I deleted the draft. I stood up, the file in my hand, and walked toward Lara's office. Her door was open. She was on the phone, her voice a low, pleasant murmur. She saw me and gestured for me to enter, covering the receiver. "Julian, what is it?" I placed the file on her desk. "I've reviewed the councilman's file," I said, my voice carefully neutral. "But the brief is insufficient. Daughter's immunity waiver is a starting point, not a strategy. To properly assess for lethe suitability, I need to understand the emotional landscape. What are his public stances on family? Has he spoken about his daughter's illness? A media analysis would be required. The pressure point is only effective if we know the exact weight it can bear." Lara watched me, her expression unreadable. She ended her phone call. "You're questioning the brief." "I'm applying the methodology you taught me," I said, meeting her gaze. "The lethe option isn't a blunt instrument, it's a surgical tool. I can't perform the surgery with incomplete charts. If I'm to do this, I need to do it properly." A slow smile touched her lips. It wasn't warm, it was appreciative, like a master craftsman watching an apprentice correctly use a complex tool. She had expected either blind obedience or panicked resistance. I was giving her neither. I was giving her professional scrutiny. "Resourceful," she said, "and correct. The initial brief was a placeholder. Miles will provide you with the full dossier this afternoon. Your thoroughness is noted, Julian." She picked up the file and handed it back to me. "Proceed." I took the file and walked out, my heart hammering against my ribs. I had bought time, perhaps only a few hours. I had positioned myself not as a rebel, but as a perfectionist, a valuable asset who demanded high-quality materials to do his job. It was a lie woven from the very threads of their own manipulation. Now I had to use those hours. I had to find a way to warn the councilmen without using any channel they could monitor, a task that felt impossible inside their panopticon. The clock was ticking and the next move was still mine, but the board was tilting and I was running out of safe squares. I returned to my desk, the councilman's file a lead weight in my hands. The few hours I had bought felt like seconds. Every option for warning him was a tripwire. A call from my desk phone, an email from my work account, even a message from my personal phone, they would all be monitored. I was a prisoner in a glass box. I stood and walked to the men's room, locking myself in a stall. I needed a public terminal, a kiosk, anything outside the Verve network. My thoughts raced, discarding one impossible plan after another. Then I remembered the old librarian at the public branch a few blocks away. She was a fixture, a woman who knew the regulars and hated the new self-checkout machines. She was also, I recalled from a previous life, fiercely protective of patron privacy. I left the bathroom and went to Miles's desk. "The full dossier," I said, my tone all business. "Lara said you'd have it." He looked up from his screen, his eyes flat. "It's compiling, large file, I'll email it." "I need a coffee," I said, rubbing my temples as if stressed. "The place on Elm need anything." He shook his head, already turning back to his work. "Just the assessment." It was a thin excuse, but it was all I had. I rode the elevator down, my skin crawling with the expectation of a hand on my shoulder. The lobby was still a cathedral, but now I saw the gargoyles in the corners, the watchful eyes disguised as security guards. I walked out into the midday sun, the air feeling unnaturally sharp and clean. I didn't go to the coffee shop. I walked straight to the library, my pace measured, resisting the urge to run. The cool, quiet interior was a shock. I found a public computer and logged on, my fingers clumsy. I drafted an email to the councilman's public-facing address, using a throwaway account I created on the spot. The message was vague, a warning about his daughter's medical records being a potential target for unscrupulous actors looking to pressure him. I urged him to increase his digital security and be wary of any unusual offers. I didn't sign it. I sent it and immediately cleared the browser history, my heart thudding against my ribs. The walk back to Verve was the longest of my life. Every passing face seemed like a threat. I bought a coffee I didn't want and carried it back to the office like a trophy. Back at my desk, the promised dossier from Miles was in my inbox. It was devastatingly thorough, containing everything from the councilman's private medical bills to transcripts of his tearful, private conversations with his wife about their daughter's fragile health. I opened a new document to begin my assessment. I was typing clinical, detached observations about emotional vulnerability when a new email arrived. It was from Lara, addressed to me and Miles. The subject was operational security. The body was a single sentence. "The public library network has been flagged for malicious activity this afternoon." My blood turned to ice. I kept typing, the click of the keys the only sound in the roaring silence in my head. They knew, they had to know. It was another test, and I had just handed them the answer. I was waiting for the end, for the quiet approach, the tap on the shoulder. But it didn't come. The afternoon bled into evening. The only thing that arrived was a final email from Lara, sent just as I was packing to leave. "Your preliminary analysis shows promise. We will discuss the next phase tomorrow. The councilman's situation requires a more nuanced approach." I read the words again and again. Nuanced approach. It could mean they were aborting the hit because of my warning, or it could mean they were simply changing tactics and my analysis had helped them. There was no way to know. I had acted, but I had no idea if I had saved a man or merely refined the instrument of his destruction. I had become a part of their machine, my every attempt to resist only grinding their gears more smoothly. As I walked out into the night, I realized the true depth of my prison. It wasn't made of walls or threats, but of an ignorance they carefully curated. I was free to move, but I would never again be free to know if anything I did mattered at all. The nuanced approach arrived 2 days later, not as an email, but as a news alert on my phone. The councilman had announced, with profound and sincere emotion, that he was withdrawing from his re-election campaign to devote his full attention to his daughter's health. He spoke of a sudden anonymous donation that had covered a groundbreaking experimental treatment abroad. He was a grateful father, a good man stepping aside for the right reasons. The public applauded his integrity. I saw the perfect, invisible hand of Ouroboros. They hadn't blackmailed him. They had bought him. They had given him his heart's desire, and in return he had quietly eliminated himself from the board. My warning had been useless. Or worse, it had prompted them to this more elegant, more untraceable solution. I was in the Verve kitchen when I read it, the steam from the espresso machine fogging the screen of my phone. Miles came in and stood beside me, pouring himself a cup of coffee. "Tragic story," he said, his voice devoid of any real sentiment. "But it's good he can focus on his family. A real win-win." He didn't look at me, he didn't need to. The message was clear. This was the work, this was the nuance I had helped. The following week I was transferred. My new office was a windowless room in the sub-basement, a level of the Verve tower I hadn't known existed. It was cold and hummed with the sound of server racks. My new title was Asset Prognosticator. My job was to read the dossiers Miles provided and write psychological profiles, identifying the optimal method of persuasion for each target. It was a promotion into a deeper, darker silence. I was no longer an investigator pretending to be a marketer. I was a strategist for the very machine I had sought to destroy. My handler went silent. The maintain cover order was my entire world now. I was Julian Croft, a loyal and effective member of Verve's most secretive division. I did my work with a chilling competence. I learned to think like them, to see people not as individuals but as collections of levers and pressures. I buried the man I had been under layers of practiced cynicism. Some nights I would wake up from a dream I couldn't remember, my face wet with tears I didn't understand. The forgetting was a daily, active process. One afternoon, a new dossier appeared in my secure queue. The name made the breath catch in my throat. It was my sister's psychologist. The pressure point was his session notes regarding her anxiety, specifically her long-standing, unresolved fear for her missing brother. The brief was simple. Assess for leverage. Goal, secure a favorable zoning vote from his brother-in-law. I sat in the humming silence of my room, staring at the screen. This was no test. This was the final knot in the leash. This was my life, my past, being used as a tool. They were showing me that every thread was theirs to pull. I had two choices. I could write the profile, using my intimate knowledge of my own sister's pain to help them manipulate a stranger. Or I could refuse, and finally bring the consequences crashing down upon the one person I had left in the world. I began to type. The words were clinical, precise, and utterly damning. I outlined the specific fears my sister had confessed in her sessions, the vulnerabilities the psychologist would be protective of. I crafted the perfect, insidious approach. I finished and sent the analysis back into the system. There was no hesitation. There was no feeling at all. I had finally become the ghost they needed me to be. I had crossed the last line, and the silence that followed was not a prison, but a refuge. The work of oblivion was complete. Story 2. The chair in the corner of the living room was wrong. It was a simple thing, an upholstered armchair the color of dried cream, but it had been nudged a few inches out of its customary indentation in the rug. To anyone else, it would have been invisible, a detail lost in the quiet geometry of the room. To Gloria, returning home after the accident, it was a seismic shift in a landscape she could only half remember. Her eyes, still sensitive to the light, kept drifting back to it, as if the chair itself held the key to the hollow feeling in her chest, the blank space where the last 24 hours should have been. The doctor had called it retrograde amnesia, a temporary erasure like a tide washing over writing in the sand. The police officer who had visited her in the hospital had been less poetic. He called it a head injury from the crash, his voice a flat, unimpressed thing. Her car had left the winding road near the old mill, a place she had no reason to be, and had come to rest against a pine tree, the front end accordioned into a sculpture of violence. She had been found by a dawn jogger, her purse on the passenger seat, her phone shattered on the floorboards. She remembered none of it. The last solid memory was of Jake, her husband, kissing her goodbye the morning before, the scent of his coffee and his cologne, a warm cloud around him. Now Jake was a constant, hovering presence. He guided her from the car to the house, his hand a firm, warm pressure on the small of her back. He filled water glasses, adjusted pillows, and spoke in a low, soothing murmur that was meant to be comforting but felt, to Gloria's newly raw nerves, like a blanket being slowly wrapped around her head. "You ray home now, my love, you ray safe, that is all that matters." He said it like a prayer or an incantation, as if by repeating it he could make it true. The house itself felt like a museum of a life she had to take on faith. The photographs on the mantel showed a smiling Gloria, her arm linked with Jake S., their faces turned toward a sun she could not feel. The books on the shelves had her fingerprints on them perhaps, but their titles meant nothing. The entire world had become a nebulous and indefinite place, a room viewed through warped glass. It was Emily who brought the first crack of dissonance. She arrived on the second day with a casserole dish and a worried frown that did not quite reach her eyes. Emily was her best friend, the neighbor from 3 houses down, the keeper of shared secrets Gloria could no longer access. She hugged Gloria carefully, her perfume a familiar burst of jasmine in the sterile air. "You gave us such a scare," Emily said, pulling back, her hands still on Gloria's shoulders. Her gaze was sharp, assessing. "What on earth were you doing out by the mill?" "I don't know," Gloria said, the words already a tired refrain. "The police were asking around the neighborhood," Emily continued, her voice dropping to a confidential tone, though Jake was right in the kitchen. "They seemed very interested in your movements that day." Jake emerged, wiping his hands on a towel. His smile was tight. "I am sure that's just routine, Em. They have to be thorough." He took the casserole dish from her. It was a single-car accident. She swerved, hit a tree. These things happen. But the look that passed between them, swift as a knife, suggested that these things did not just happen. It was a look filled with a history Gloria could not read, a silent conversation from which she was excluded. Perhaps it was her newly fragile state, but the air in the room seemed to thicken, to hum with something unspoken. The police returned 2 days later, not the uniformed officer from the hospital, but 2 detectives. Their names were Hayes and Corvin. Hayes was older, with a weary face that had seen too many rooms like this one. Corvin was younger, his eyes missing nothing, from the way Gloria's hand trembled as she lifted her teacup to the way Jake positioned himself on the arm of her chair, a guardian. "Mrs. Thorne," Hayes began, his voice a low rumble. "We need to ask you a few more questions about the night of the accident." "Ivy told you I don't remember anything," Gloria said. "That is all right, sometimes the context helps. We've been investigating another matter, a man named Leo Voss. Does that name mean anything to you?" The name was a blank. She shook her head. Jake's body had gone very still beside her. "Leo Voss was found dead the morning after your accident," Corvin said, his tone crisp, factual. "In a warehouse about a mile from where you went off the road. His death was not an accident." The words landed in the quiet room with the force of a physical blow. The air left Gloria's lungs, a violent crime, connected to her, to the blank space in her mind. "That is impossible," Jake said, his voice strained. "Gloria wouldn't know someone like that. She was probably just driving, clearing her head." At 2 in the morning, Hayes asked mildly, "On an industrial access road, and we found something, you see, in Mr. Voss's possession. A woman's leather glove, a single left-handed glove. We were running tests, of course." Gloria looked down at her own hands, pale and bare in her lap. She had a pair of leather gloves, soft, butter-soft lambskin. Jake had given them to her for her birthday. She could not remember the last time she had worn them. The veneer of normalcy so carefully maintained by Jake began to crack and peel that afternoon. The house was no longer a sanctuary. It was a crime scene she had carried home on her shoes. Every object now seemed to hold a potential meaning. The cream-colored chair, was it moved during a struggle, a search? The lamp on the side table, was its angle different? The world was no longer nebulous. It was sinister, every detail a possible clue to a story she had lived but could not tell. That night she dreamt in fragments, the smell of damp concrete, the cold bite of metal, a voice low and rasping saying a name that was not hers. She woke with a gasp, her heart hammering against her ribs. The bedroom was dark, Jake a solid, sleeping form beside her. But the dream had left a residue, a physical sensation of fear that clung to her skin. She rose, moving on unsteady legs, drawn to the one place that might hold answers, Jake's study. It was a room he kept meticulously ordered, a temple to his control. The large oak desk was clear, the pens aligned, the computer screen dark. She stood in the doorway, feeling like an intruder. This was his space, and her trespass felt like a betrayal of the trust he had shown in caring for her. But he was caring for a woman who might not exist. The Gloria in the photographs, the Gloria everyone remembered, was a stranger. Who was the woman who drove to a warehouse in the dead of night? She started with the desk drawers. They were filled with the mundane artifacts of their life, tax documents, appliance warranties, a passport with her own smiling, unknowing face. It was in the bottom drawer, tucked beneath a stack of old financial statements, that she found it, a key. It was small, brass, unmarked. It did not belong to any lock in their house. She held it in her palm, its cold weight a secret. Perhaps it was nothing, an old key long forgotten. But her instinct, a new, raw thing born from the accident, told her it was everything. She slipped the key into the pocket of her robe and retreated to the bedroom. Jake had not stirred. Lying beside him in the dark, the key felt like a live coal against her thigh. The devoted husband, the ambiguous figure. The lines were blurring, the solid ground of her life turning to quicksand. The days that followed took on a ritualistic quality. The detectives would call, their questions a slow, relentless drip. Hayes' voice, patient and deep, asking about her routines, her friendships, her marriage. Corvin's sharper inquiries, probing for a crack. Did she and Jake argue? Had she been unhappy? Had she ever heard the name Leo Voss in a phone call, seen it on a piece of mail? Jake's care became more suffocating, his explanations more elaborate. He began to construct a narrative for her, a safe, simple story. You've been under a lot of stress, my love. Work was getting to you. You probably went for a drive to calm your nerves, took a wrong turn, and some criminal activity was happening nearby. It's a terrible coincidence. But Emily, during her visits, would subtly undermine him. Jake seemed so sure, she'd say, sipping her tea, her eyes on Gloria. It's almost like he knows something. We donned tea, and then later, you called me that afternoon. You sounded upset. You said you needed to talk to me about something important, about Jake. The words hung in the air, poisonous. What did I say? Emily's face clouded with a performance of regret. That's just it. You were cut off. You said his name, and then the line went fuzzy. I thought you'd call back. She reached out, touched Gloria's hand. Her skin was cool. We tell each other everything, we used to. The sense of a past, a dense and tangled history of confidences and betrayals, pressed in on Gloria. She felt herself being pulled in two directions, between Jake's suffocating certainty and Emily's tantalizing hints. She was a pawn in a game whose rules she had forgotten. The breaking point came with the rain, a steady, gray downpour that blurred the windows and turned the world into a watercolor of gloom. Jake had gone to the pharmacy to refill her prescription. The house was empty, and for the first time, the silence felt like an opportunity. She took the key from its new hiding place inside a winter boot in the back of her closet. She went to Jake's study, to the one thing she had not examined, a small, fireproof lockbox on the top shelf of the closet. It was where he kept their birth certificates, the deed to the house, their marriage license. She had seen him open it 100 times. The key in her hand was not for that box. But she tried it anyway. It did not fit. Her eyes scanned the room, the ordered shelves, the clean lines, and then she saw it, the bottom drawer of the filing cabinet. It was the same model as the others, but when she tugged on it, it was locked. A drawer she had never known was locked. Her heart began a slow, heavy beat against her ribs. She knelt, the cold of the hardwood floor seeping through her robe. She slid the brass key into the small, almost invisible lock. It turned with a smooth, oiled click. The drawer contained no financial records. There was a single, unlabeled manila folder. Inside, she found photographs. They were of her, but not the smiling woman from the mantel. These were taken from a distance with a long lens, her leaving a coffee shop downtown, her talking to a man in a suit outside her office building, her getting into her car, her face tight with an emotion that looked like anxiety. There were dates and times scrawled in the margins in Jake's precise handwriting. Beneath the photographs was a stack of papers, phone records, her phone records with certain numbers highlighted, and a single typewritten note. It was brief and it was not signed. The matter is concluded. Voss is handled. Keep your wife in line, or the next photos 1T be so innocent. The world tilted, the hum of the refrigerator, the patter of the rain, it all receded into a high-pitched whine in her ears. The devoted husband was a jailer. The ambiguous figure was a monster. He had been having her followed. He was involved with a violent man. He had lied to her, to the police. He had crafted her fragility, her amnesia, into a perfect cage. A car door slammed outside. Jake was home. She scrambled to her feet, her hands shaking so violently she could barely get the folder back into the drawer. The key turned in the lock. She was standing in the middle of the living room, the key a burning secret in her fist, when he came in, shaking rain from his coat. "My love," he said, his smile warm, his eyes scanning her, taking in her pallor, her trembling. "You look like you've seen a ghost." That night she pretended to sleep. She lay beside him, every muscle tensed, listening to the even rhythm of his breathing. The man next to her was a stranger, a dangerous and calculating stranger. The accident, had it been an accident, or had something happened at that warehouse? Had she seen something? Had she been running from him? Fragments of memory, sharp and disconnected, began to pierce the fog. The glare of headlights, the smell of gasoline and fear, the weight of something cold and hard in her hand, a glove, a single left-handed glove. She had been there, she had seen Leo, Voss, and she had run. The next morning she called Emily. "I need to see you," she said, her voice a thin wire of tension. "I remember something about Jake." They met in the small park at the end of the street, a place of manicured lawns and silent, watching houses. The air was damp, the sky the color of bruised flesh. Gloria told her everything. The key, the drawer, the photographs, the note. She did not tell her about the returning memory of the glove. Emily listened, her face a mask of shock and dawning horror. "Oh, Gloria, I knew he was controlling, but this is monstrous. You have to go to the police. Hayes and Corvin, you have to show them." "I can tell," Gloria whispered. "He'll know. He's watching me." "Then I'll do it," Emily said, her voice firm, resolute. "Give me the key. Give me the note. I'll take it to them. You can stay in that house with him." It was the lifeline she so desperately needed, the trusted friend, the bearer of secrets. Gloria fumbled in her pocket, pressed the key and the folded note into Emily's hand. The relief was so profound it felt like weakness. "Go home," Emily instructed, her hand closing over the evidence. "Act normal. I'll go straight to the station. They'll come for him, and it will all be over." Gloria walked back to the house, the weight of her secret gone, replaced by a fragile, fluttering hope. She believed Emily. She believed in the ritual of investigation, in the predictable pattern of justice. Jake was in the kitchen making coffee. He turned as she entered, his expression unreadable. "Where have you been?" "Just getting some air," she said, moving to the sink, needing to turn away from his gaze. With Emily, he asked. His voice was casual, but there was an edge to it, a blade beneath the silk. She froze. How could he know? I saw you from the window, he said, answering her unspoken question. He came up behind her, not touching her, but his presence was a wall at her back. You two looked very intense. What were you talking about? The air in the kitchen grew thick, difficult to breathe. The ritual was unfolding, but she was no longer sure who was conducting it. She turned to face him, and in his eyes she saw not anger, but a deep, chilling disappointment. Nothing important, she managed. He smiled then, a small, sad smile. You were always a terrible liar, my love. It's one of the things I've always had to manage for you. The word manage hung in the air, cold and possessive. The doorbell rang, a sharp, intrusive sound. The police. Emily had been quick. But when Jake opened the door, it was not Hayes and Corvin. It was a man she had never seen before, tall, with a weathered face and eyes that held no light. He gave a slight nod to Jake. "It's done," the man said, his voice a low rasp, a voice from her dreams. Jake glanced back at her, his expression now one of profound regret. "I am sorry, Gloria. I tried to protect you. I tried to keep you safe from all of this, from yourself." The man stepped inside. He was holding something, a single left-handed leather glove. And in that moment the last of the fog burned away, and Gloria remembered everything. She remembered the warehouse, the smell of oil and blood. She remembered confronting Leo Voss not as a stranger, but as a partner in a scheme to embezzle from Jake's company. She remembered the fight, the gun in her hand, the deafening roar. She remembered running, the glove falling from her hand. She remembered the phone call to Emily, not to talk about Jake, but to panic, to say they had to get their stories straight. And she remembered the crash, the tree rushing toward her, and the desperate, fleeting hope that amnesia would be a cleaner death than a bullet. Jake had not been having her followed because he was controlling. He had been having her followed because he knew she was stealing from him. The note was not a threat from a criminal to Jake. It was a threat from Jake to her via Voss. Keep your wife in line. He had known everything. He had been cleaning up her mess, protecting his empire. And her return home, his devoted care, it had all been a performance, a way to monitor her, to see what she remembered, to see who she would talk to. Emily had not been her savior. Emily had been his insurance. The trusted friend, the bearer of secrets, sent to draw her out, to confirm that her memory was returning, to collect the evidence of her own guilt and deliver it not to the police, but back to him. The man with the glove took another step into the room. Jake looked at her, his eyes clear and cold. "The matter is concluded, Gloria," he said, echoing the note. Finally. The investigation, when it began again, followed a predictable pattern. The police found the lockbox drawer empty, of course. They found no key, no note. They had only the testimony of a traumatized, unstable woman with a history of financial problems and a gap in her memory. They had the testimony of her solid, respectable husband and her concerned, loyal best friend, who both swore she had been acting erratically, paranoidally. They had the glove found in her possession, now linked forensically to the Leo Voss homicide. The case was built on a foundation of lies so perfect they looked like truth. The ritual of interrogation, of evidence collection, of legal procedure became an obsessive, unending loop for Gloria, a maze with no exit. She was trapped not in a cell, but in the story they had written for her, a story of a fragile amnesiac wife who had gotten involved with a dangerous man and whose own shattered mind could not be trusted to separate fact from fiction. She would sit in the small, airless room with Hayes and Corvin, their questions a familiar, relentless tide, and she would tell them the truth, the whole unbelievable truth, and watch as their eyes glazed over with polite, professional disbelief. It was a pattern that would repeat day after day, week after week, a ritual without absolution, a story with only one possible ending, and it was hers. The only thing that changed was the location of the small, airless room. Sometimes it was at the police station, the scarred table and the smell of stale coffee a constant. Other times it was in a bland office at the psychiatric facility they had moved her to, a place with soft edges and locked doors where her screams were absorbed by soundproofed walls. Hayes and Corvin were her only regular visitors, their presence a grim anchor to a world that had moved on without her. Hayes would lean back, his large frame making the chair creak, and ask the same questions in a dozen different ways. "Walk me through it again, Gloria, from the beginning." His voice was still a low rumble, but the patience in it had hardened into a tool, a whetstone to wear her down. Corvin would tap his pen against his notepad, a rapid, nervous tick. "The glove was in your car, Mrs. Thorne, wiped clean of prints, which is forensically curious, but your DNA was inside the lining. How do you explain it being at the Voss scene if you weren't there?" She had given up trying to explain the man with the weathered face, the one who had delivered the glove to Jake. They had no record of him. The home security system, Jake explained with a pained sigh, had been malfunctioning that week. The footage was corrupted. Emily S.'s testimony was the most damning. Under oath, her voice trembling with a convincing blend of grief and duty, she spoke of Gloria S.'s recent instability, her paranoia about Jake, her secretive phone calls. She recounted the day in the park, how Gloria had pressed a key and a note into her hand, begging her to hide them from Jake. She was so agitated, Emily said, her eyes glistening with tears for the benefit of the court. She said Jake was a monster. She told me she remembered shooting a man. I was terrified for her. I had to do what was right. The note and key were entered into evidence. The note was typewritten on a machine that was never found. The key fit no lock anyone could identify. They were phantoms, props in a play that had already closed. Jake was a masterpiece of stoic grief. He sat through the hearings, his shoulders bowed, his eyes fixed on some middle distance where a happy past supposedly resided. He spoke of his wife's previous struggles with anxiety, of the immense pressure she was under at work, of how he had tried, God, how he had tried to shield her. He never accused her directly. He simply laid out the facts of her decline and let the silence that followed accuse her for him. He was a man mourning the woman he had lost long before the accident, a narrative the media found irresistibly tragic. Gloria's own lawyer, a weary public defender, advised the plea. "The evidence is circumstantial, but it's a mountain of it," he said, rubbing his temples, "and your memory is unreliable. A jury want to know what to believe. They LLC a confused woman and a grieving husband. We can argue diminished capacity." Diminished capacity. The words were a final, elegant cage. They stripped her of her agency, her truth, her very sanity. She was no longer a perpetrator or a victim. She was a diagnosis, a malfunction. She refused. She would not plead to a lie, so the ritual continued. The interviews, the hearings, the slow grind of justice that felt like anything but. She lived in a perpetual present, a loop of accusation and disbelief. The past was a locked room, and she was the only one who knew the door was real, even if she could no longer find the key. One afternoon, during a recess in a preliminary hearing, she was sitting in a holding room when Hayes entered alone. He sat down opposite her, his usual partner absent. For a long moment he just looked at her, his detective-esque eyes missing nothing, just as they had that first day in her living room. Off the record, he said, his voice so low it was almost a whisper. "The security system, the one that malfunctioned. Our tech guys say the data was manually wiped, not corrupted. Wiped." Gloria's breath caught in her throat. She said nothing. "And your friend, Emily," he continued, his gaze steady. "She made a large, unexplained deposit into her bank account 2 days after your accident. A cash deposit." He leaned forward slightly, the table groaning under his weight. "This case, it's a closed book for the department. It's neat, it makes sense, but I've been doing this a long time. I know the smell of a story that's been airbrushed." He stood up, his chair scraping against the floor. He walked to the door and paused, his hand on the knob. He didn't look back at her. "Be careful, Mrs. Thorne," he said, and then he was gone. His words were not a lifeline, they were a stone dropped into a deep, dark well. She heard the splash, a faint, distant sound, and then nothing but the returning silence. He knew, or at least he suspected, but his suspicion was a ghost, insubstantial and powerless against the solid, respectable edifice of the truth that Jake and Emily had built. It changed nothing. The ritual was too powerful, the pattern too set. She was still trapped in the story, and Hayes had just confirmed that he could see the bars of the cage, but he had no key to set her free. The only thing left was to play her part, to sit in the quiet room and wait for the inevitable ending, a prisoner of a narrative that had been written for her long before she ever forgot it. The days bled into a monotony of medication and quiet observation. The facility was designed to soothe, with its pastel walls and soft, piped-in music, but to Gloria it was the most terrifying place she had ever been. Her defiance, her refusal to plead, had been the last spasm of the person she used to be. Now that person was being systematically erased, medicated into a placid acceptance of the story they had written for her. Her new psychiatrist, Dr. Evans, was a kind man with a gentle voice and eyes that held a permanent clinical sympathy. He spoke to her about trauma, about dissociative states, about the mind's need to protect itself from unbearable truths. He was building a new narrative for her, one where she was the sole architect of her own ruin. Gloria, he said during one of their sessions, his notepad resting on his knee, let us explore the possibility that the man you remember, the one with the glove, was a manifestation of your own guilt, a symbol of the violence you feel you committed. She looked at him, at the sincere concern etched on his face, and felt a profound and chilling loneliness. Hayes' off-the-record words were a secret she clutched tightly, a single, sharp shard of reality in this world of soft lies. To speak them aloud to Dr. Evans would only be seen as another layer of paranoia, another symptom to be treated. Perhaps, she whispered, the word tasting like ash. This was the new pattern, agree. Nod, feign the slow, dawning acceptance they all wanted to see. It was her only form of resistance left. She began to talk to Dr. Evans about the nightmares of the warehouse, carefully editing them, framing them as confused, guilty visions. She mentioned the pressure at work, the financial stress, painting a self-portrait of a woman on the edge. She was building her own cage, brick by brick, because it was the only way to make them lower their guard. Weeks turned into a month. The criminal case proceeded at a glacial pace, but the civil proceedings, the ones regarding her competency, were swift and decisive. Jake was granted full control over her assets and her medical care. He visited her once after the ruling. He brought flowers. He sat beside her in the common room, a picture of concerned husbandry. The doctors are very hopeful, he said, placing his hand over hers. His touch was cool and dry. They say you're making real progress. She looked at their joined hands, at his wedding band, a simple, elegant circle of gold. She thought of the lockbox, the deed to the house, the marriage license, a contract that had become a life sentence. Jake, she said, her voice carefully neutral, a patient-esque voice. I had a dream about the warehouse. There were barrels, red and blue barrels. It was a gamble, a tiny, specific detail she had pulled from the shattered mosaic of her true memory. She watched his eyes. For a fraction of a second, the placid concern flickered. Something shifted behind them, something hard and watchful. Dreams can be so vivid, he said smoothly, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. But they aren't reality, my love. You have to focus on getting better, on coming home. He knew the barrels were real, and her knowing about them was a problem he hadn't anticipated. He stayed for another 20 minutes, talking about the garden, about a new security system he had installed at the house, his words a gentle, relentless stream that washed over her. When he left, the air felt thinner. That night, lying in her bed with the door slightly ajar, she heard two orderlies talking at their station just down the hall. Transfer in the morning, Evans signed off on it. The Pine Ridge facility, that's a long-term lockdown unit. I thought she was improving. Orders from the husband, thinks she needs a more structured environment, away from all the reminders. Their voices faded as they moved away. Gloria's heart hammered against her ribs. Pine Ridge. She had heard a nurse mention it once in a hushed, fearful tone. It was the place they sent patients who were never expected to leave, a place where stories and the people trapped inside them were forgotten. This was the conclusion. Jake wasn't just content with her being found guilty or insane. He needed her to disappear. The ritual was complete. The unstable wife, unable to stand trial, would be quietly moved to a permanent, high-security facility. The matter, as the note had said, would be truly concluded. She sat up in the dark, the clinical hum of the facility suddenly menacing. Hayes' suspicion was a phantom. Emily's betrayal was complete. Her own lawyer believed she was broken. There was no one left to hear her story. But as she looked around the dim room at the shadowy outlines of the bland, safe furniture, a new, cold clarity settled over her. The pattern of their lies had been perfect, but patterns, by their very nature, are predictable. They had planned for her to fight, to scream, to plead her case. They had not planned for her to agree. They had not planned for her to remember, quietly and completely, and to say nothing. They were transferring her in the morning. That meant tonight was her last night in a place with lax security, with orderlies who believed she was docile, with a single, sharp shard of truth buried inside her. She lay back down, pulling the thin blanket up to her chin, and closed her eyes. She did not sleep. She began instead to plan. The ritual was over. Now she would have to write her own ending. The first step was the medication. She had been feigning swallowing the small blue pill for over a week, tucking it into the pouch of her cheek and later disposing of it in the toilet. She had 2 of them now, hidden under her tongue as the night orderly watched her with bored eyes. She took the paper cup of water, swallowed convincingly, and opened her mouth for inspection. He shone his pen light, grunted, and moved on. The hours stretched, each one a silent, ticking countdown. At 2 a.m., she heard the change of shift, the murmured greetings, the fading footsteps of the orderly who knew her routine. The new one would be at the station for at least an hour, catching up on paperwork. She moved quietly, the vinyl floor cool beneath her bare feet. The window in her room was sealed, but the bathroom at the end of the hall had a larger one, meant for ventilation. It was old, its latch rusted from years of steam. She had tested it weeks ago during a supervised shower, pressing her thumb against the metal and feeling a slight, promising give. The hallway was empty, lit by the dim glow of safety lights. She slipped into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. The window was stiff, but after a moment of straining pressure, the latch popped with a crack that sounded like a gunshot in the silence. She froze, listening. No footsteps, no alarm. She wrestled the window open, the cold night air rushing in, a shocking slap of reality. The drop was 1 story onto a manicured shrub. Without hesitation, she swung her legs over the sill and pushed off. The branches scraped at her arms and legs, but they broke her fall. She landed in a crouch on the damp grass. The facility grounds were surrounded by a high fence, but she remembered the delivery gate from a map she'd seen in the main office. It was meant for supply trucks, and it was usually locked, but the lock was old and she had a theory. She ran, her hospital slippers soaking through, her heart a wild drum in her chest. The gate was there, a heavy chain woven through the bars. But just as she hoped, the padlock wasn't fully engaged. The shackle had caught on a link of the chain, leaving it locked but not actually secured. She pulled, her fingers slipping on the cold, wet metal. It gave with a clatter that made her flinch. She was out. The world beyond was a quiet suburban street, sleeping under the orange glow of sodium lights. She had no money, no phone, no plan beyond this single, desperate act of flight. But she had the 2 blue pills clutched in her hand, and she had the address of the only person who might, just might, believe a ghost. It took her 2 hours, hiding in shadows at the sound of any car, her thin, patient clothes offering no protection against the chill. She found the house, a modest bungalow with a neatly trimmed lawn and a pickup truck in the driveway. She didn't ring the bell. She went to the side of the house, found a basement window well, and used a loose piece of gravel to tap gently on the glass. After a long minute, a light came on inside. The window creaked open, and Detective Hayes' face, bleary with sleep and shock, appeared. He stared at her, shivering and bleeding in the pre-dawn gloom. "I remembered the barrels," she whispered, her voice raw, red and blue, "and the invoice. It was for industrial solvent, from your company, Jake. You were selling it to him, to Voss." Hayes' expression shifted from shock to a deep, grim understanding. He didn't ask how she found his address. He didn't tell her she was having a delusion. He simply reached a hand down into the well. "Get inside," he said, his voice low and urgent, quickly. He pulled her through the window into a cluttered basement smelling of laundry and old wood. He didn't speak, just wrapped a rough wool blanket around her shoulders and guided her up the stairs to his kitchen. He poured a glass of water and pushed it across the table to her. His movements were slow, deliberate, giving himself time to think. "The barrels," he said finally, his voice a low rumble in the quiet house. "You're sure?" "It was the night I confronted Jake. Before the accident, I saw the invoice on his desk. Thorn Solutions was selling Voss industrial solvent, the kind that could erase evidence, dissolve things. Jake was laundering money through the business. Voss was a client and a problem. I think Voss was threatening to expose him. That's why he had to die, and I was the perfect fall guy." The words tumbled out, the full, reconstructed truth she had pieced together in the silence of her room. Hayes ran a hand over his face. "Jake reported you missing an hour ago. The facility is in an uproar. Every patrol car in the city is looking for you." He looked at her, really looked at her, not as a patient or a suspect, but as a witness. "The solvent, that's a connection we never made. It was a side of the business he kept separate. We were so focused on you, on the glove, on Emily's testimony." "He's moving me to Pine Ridge in the morning," Gloria said, her teeth chattering against the glass. "He needs me to disappear for good." Hayes was silent for a long moment, then he stood and walked to a small, locked cabinet in the living room. He returned with a burner phone and a set of keys. "I can't take this to the department, not yet. My one whispered doubt in an interrogation room is a long way from proof. If I go in now with you, they'll just take you back, and my career will be over for interfering." "So what do we do?" she asked, the hope that had flared in her chest beginning to sputter and die. "We find the proof," Hayes said, "the original invoice, the financial records, something that ties Jake directly to Voss and that solvent. He'll have it hidden. He's too careful to have destroyed everything. He'd keep leverage, insurance." "He has a safe," Gloria said, the memory surfacing with crystalline clarity. "In his study, behind the false bookcase. I saw him open it once. He thought I was asleep." Hayes nodded, a grim plan solidifying in his eyes. "Okay, then that's where we start." He tossed her the keys. "My sister's cabin up near Lake Loramie. It's empty. The address is programmed into the GPS in the truck. Go there. Don't use the main roads. Don't stop for anyone. I'll deal with the search here, point them in the wrong direction. Then I'll meet you." It was a staggering risk for both of them. She was a fugitive and he was aiding her, but the old pattern was broken. The ritual of the quiet room was over. Now there was only this desperate, shared conspiracy in his quiet kitchen. She took the keys. Their cold metal weight felt like the first real thing she had held in months. Hayes went to the window and peered out through the blinds. "Coast is clear. Go now." Gloria pulled the blanket tighter and moved toward the door that led to the garage. As her hand touched the knob, she turned back. "Why are you doing this?" Hayes didn't look away from the window. "Because the story never did smell right," he said, "and I'm tired of closed books." She slipped into the garage, into the cab of his pickup. She started the engine, her hands trembling on the wheel. As she backed slowly down the driveway, she saw him still standing at the window, a solid, shadowy figure in the lit frame of his house, already on the phone, beginning the delicate work of misdirection. She pulled away, leaving the safety of his belief behind and driving into the uncertain dark, the hunter now, and no longer the prey. The truck's headlights cut a lonely path through the pre-dawn darkness. Gloria followed the GPS's calm, automated voice, sticking to back roads that twisted through sleeping farmland. Every set of headlights in her rearview mirror was a potential threat, every police cruiser a jolt of pure adrenaline. She felt exposed and hyperlive, the medication-induced fog completely burned away by fear and purpose. She reached the cabin as the sky was beginning to lighten to a soft, watery gray. It was a small, rustic structure nestled among pine trees, overlooking a still, dark lake. Using the key Hayes had given her, she let herself in. The air inside was cold and smelled of pine needles and wood smoke. She didn't turn on any lights. She sat on a rough-hewn wooden chair by the picture window, the blanket still wrapped around her, and watched the lake emerge from the shadows. Hours passed, the sun rose, but the day remained gray and somber. Every creak of the old cabin, every bird call from outside made her flinch. She had no way of knowing if Hayes had been successful, if he was coming, or if he had already been caught and she was waiting for a trap to spring. It was nearly noon when she saw a dusty sedan, not Hayes' truck, pull slowly down the gravel drive. Her heart seized. She retreated from the window, looking for a weapon, finding only a heavy iron fireplace poker. She stood behind the door, the poker raised, her breath held. The key turned in the lock, the door opened slowly. Detective Hayes stepped inside, his face etched with fatigue. He saw her, the poker held high, and he gave a slow, tired nod of approval. "It's just me," he said, his voice gravelly. He dropped a duffel bag on the floor, food, clothes, a different burner. "What happened?" she asked, lowering the poker, her body trembling with relief. "I bought us some time," he said, going to the sink and splashing water on his face. "I put out a bolo for you, but I suggested you likely hitchhiked south toward the state line. I said I had an old CI who thought they'd seen you. It's thin, but it's enough to divert the initial search. They figure it out eventually, but it gives us a day, maybe two." He turned to face her, water dripping from his chin. "I did some digging, too, off the grid, called in a few favors from my days in financial crimes. Jake's company, Thorn Solutions, has a whole subsidiary that's just a shell. It's called Clearflow Industrial. Its only client for the last 18 months was a holding company registered to a Marcus Voss." Gloria felt a cold thrill, the solvent. Hayes nodded, the solvent. The money trail is a maze, but it's there. He was cleaning Voss's money, and Voss was paying him in cash and favors. My guess is Voss got greedy or sloppy and demanded a larger cut. Jake decided to eliminate the problem and pin it on his unstable wife, using her history and her best friend to seal the deal. It's brutal, and it's almost perfect. "But we need the proof from the safe," Gloria said. "The invoices, the records, he'll have kept them." "He will," Hayes agreed, "but we can get it. His house will be watched now that you've escaped. He'll be on high alert. He might even have moved the contents." The spark of hope she felt began to dim again. They were so close, yet the final piece was still out of reach. "There is one other person," Gloria said slowly, the idea forming as she spoke. "Someone else who knows the pattern, someone who helped him write it." Hayes looked at her, his detective-esque mind already following the thread. "Emily." "Emily," Gloria confirmed. "She deposited cash, you said. Jake paid her for her testimony, but she's not a criminal, she's weak, and she's now an accessory to murder and a conspiracy that's unraveling. She's in as much danger as I am if Jake decides she's a liability." A grim smile touched Hayes' lips. She's the loose thread, and scared people talk. "I can get to her," Gloria said. "I know how she thinks. I know her routines. She goes to a specific yoga studio every Tuesday evening. She always parks in the same spot. She'll be there tonight." Hayes studied her for a long moment, weighing the risk. It's a huge gamble. If she panics and calls Jake, it's over. "She won tea," Gloria said with a certainty that surprised her. She betrayed me out of jealousy and greed, but she never wanted this. She never wanted me to be erased. I saw it in her eyes at the hearing. She's drowning in guilt. I can use that. He's finally nodded. Okay, then we don't go for the safe. We go for the witness. We get Emily to turn on him. He opened the duffel bag and pulled out a simple, dark hoodie and a pair of jeans. Get changed. We leave in 10 minutes. We have a long drive back and a story to rewrite. The drive back to the city was a study in tense silence. Gloria changed in the cramped back seat of the sedan, the new clothes feeling alien against her skin. They were a costume for a role she had never imagined playing. Hayes drove with a focused calm, his eyes constantly scanning the mirrors, taking a circuitous route that avoided all major highways. "We'll park a block over from the studio," he said, breaking the quiet. "I'll stay with the car. You have 20 minutes. If you ray not back or if I see any sign of trouble, I am coming in. The goal is to get her to agree to meet, somewhere neutral where I can record her statement." Dante tried to get it all out of her in the parking lot. Gloria just nodded, her throat too tight for words. She was rehearsing the conversation in her head, trying to anticipate Emily's fear, her denials, her lies. The yoga studio was in a quiet, upscale strip mall. As predicted, Emily's silver convertible was parked in its usual spot. The class would be letting out soon. Gloria pulled the hood of her sweatshirt up, her heart thudding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She felt Hayes' eyes on her back as she slipped out of the car and walked toward the studio's entrance. She positioned herself in the shadows between two dumpsters in the alley adjacent to the parking lot. She didn't have to wait long. Women began to trickle out, clutching their mats, their voices light and chatty. And then there was Emily alone, her face illuminated by the screen of her phone. Gloria stepped out of the shadows just as Emily reached her car. "We need to talk." Emily jumped, fumbling her keys. Her eyes widened in pure, unadulterated terror. "Gloria, oh my God, what are you they looking for you everywhere? You supposed to be?" "I am supposed to be in a cage for the rest of my life," Gloria finished, her voice low and steady. "Thanks to you." "I didn't have a choice," Emily whispered, her gaze darting around the empty lot. "He made me. You have to believe me." "I believe you were jealous. I believe you wanted my life. But I don't believe you wanted me to die in a psychiatric prison, Emily. Jake is transferring me to Pine Ridge in the morning. You know what that means." The color drained from Emily's face. She did know. "He.s. cleaning house, Emily. I am the first loose end. How long do you think it will be before you become a problem? The unstable wife is gone. What use is the unstable wife's unstable friend?" He wouldn't Emily breathed, but the doubt was there, a fissure in her composure. "He killed a man and framed me for it. What's one more person? You have cash in your account that can be traced back to him. You a liability." Gloria took a small step closer. "There's a detective. He knows the truth. He can protect you, but you have to help us. You have to tell him everything." Emily shook her head, a frantic, bird-like motion. "I can he'll destroy me." "He.s. already destroying you," Gloria said, her voice softening with a pity that was only half feigned. "You just can't see it yet. This is your only way out. Meet with us, tell your story, or wait for Jake to decide your story is over." Tears welled in Emily's eyes. She looked trapped, an animal caught in the glare of oncoming headlights. The carefully constructed facade of her new life was cracking, and the terrified, guilty woman underneath was staring out. "Okay," she whispered, the word barely audible. "Okay, where?" "The old waterfront pier, the one that's closed for repairs. In 1 hour, come alone." Emily gave a jerky nod, fumbled her door open, and slid into her car. She didn't look back as she sped away. Gloria watched her go, the cold knot in her stomach tightening. It was done. The bait was set. Now they would see if the trap would spring or if they had just handed themselves to the enemy. She turned and walked back to the waiting car, to Hayes, and to the dangerous hope of a reckoning. The waterfront pier was a skeleton of weathered wood and rusted iron. jutting out into the black, oily water of the industrial harbor. A chain-link fence and a faded condemned sign were meant to keep people out, but Hayes knew a section where the links had been pried apart. He parked the sedan 2 blocks away, in the lot of a shuttered fish-packing plant, and they walked the rest of the way in silence, the only sounds their footsteps and the distant moan of a foghorn. Hayes chose a position behind a stack of rotting cargo crates, giving him a clear view of the pier's entrance. He handed Gloria a small, flat device. "It's a voice recorder. Stick it in your pocket. Just get her to talk. Admit to the payment, to the setup, anything." Gloria took the recorder, its plastic shell cool in her hand. She stood alone at the head of the pier, the wind whipping strands of hair across her face. She felt like a piece of bait dangling on a hook. The minutes stretched, each one an agony of doubt. Had Emily called Jake? Were they coming for her right now? Then a figure emerged from the gloom, hesitant, wrapped in a fashionable trench coat. Emily. She approached slowly, her eyes wide and scanning the darkness. "You came alone?" Gloria asked, her voice barely carrying over the wind. "Did you?" Emily shot back, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. "This is insane, Gloria. What do you want from me?" "The truth. I want you to say it out loud. Jake paid you. He paid you to lie about me, to say I was violent, that I threatened him. He paid you to help him put me away." Emily shook her head, a nervous tick. "It wasn't like that. He was scared of you. He was protecting himself. With stacks of cash, he was protecting his business, his deal with Voss. You knew about the barrels, didn't you? You heard us arguing about it that night." A flicker of memory, of guilt, crossed Emily's face. "I didn't know what it meant. It was just business. Then Voss was dead and you were the only one with a motive. It just fit." "It fit because Jake made it fit," Gloria pressed, stepping closer. "And you helped him for money. For what? A new car, a vacation. Was my life worth that little to you?" "It wasn't about the money," Emily cried, her voice cracking. "It was about you. You had everything. The perfect house, the perfect husband, the perfect life. And you were so blind to it. You didn't even see what you had. Jake saw it. He saw how trapped he was. He offered me a way out of your shadow." The confession, born of jealousy and not just greed, hit Gloria with a physical force. It was uglier than she had imagined. "So you helped him bury me," Gloria said, her voice flat. "And now he's going to bury anyone who knows the truth. That includes you. The detective has the financial records, the shell company, the payments to Voss. It's over, Emily. Your only choice is who you go down with." Emily stared at her, the fight draining out of her, replaced by a cold, clear fear. She looked out at the dark water, then back at Gloria. "What do I have to do?" From his hiding place, Hayes let out a slow, quiet breath. It was working. He shifted his weight, his foot scraping against a loose piece of gravel. The sound was small, but in the tense silence, it was like a gunshot. Emily's head snapped toward the noise, her eyes widened in fresh panic. "You brought someone, you lied." She stumbled backward, fumbling in her purse. "I'm calling Jake. I'm not going to jail for you." "No, Emily, wait," Gloria pleaded, but it was too late. A new voice, cold and familiar, cut through the night from the direction of the shore. "I think you've said enough." Jake Thorne stepped into the dim light filtering from a distant street lamp. He held a pistol, pointed not at Gloria, but at the crates where Hayes was concealed. "Come on out, detective. I know you're there. Emily's phone has been live this whole time. I heard everything." Story 3. The smell came to him first, a ghost in the sterile air. It was a faint, coppery tang, like a handful of old pennies warmed in a palm, layered over with something sweetly chemical, the scent of a cleaned wound that refuses to be fully cleansed. It was the smell of the city he had left behind, the smell of a scene, and it had followed him here into this white room. Inspector Jace opened his eyes. The ceiling was a blank page, a field of pocked plaster. He was a man built for motion, for chasing echoes down rain-slicked alleys, and now he was anchored to this bed, a vessel of broken bone and suspended purpose. The smell was his only case now, a phantom clue to a crime that had not happened, a memory of violence that permeated the present. His days were a slow, measured drip of morphine and monotony. The only variable was Heidi, the nurse. She moved with an economy of motion that he admired, her hands capable of both a brutal efficiency when adjusting his lines and a surprising gentleness when she wiped the sweat from his brow. She was a woman who had seen the body's frail architecture, who understood pain not as an abstract but as a daily tenet. "You are chasing ghosts again, Inspector," she said one afternoon, her voice a low hum against the distant rattle of a meal cart. Her statement was not a question. She was observing a fact like a rising temperature. "It is the only thing left to chase," he replied. "The living are too loud." He had asked his friend Cullen for a distraction, something dense, something impenetrable, a puzzle. Cullen, a historian whose passion was for the dust of forgotten archives, had brought him the King Justin enigma, the mad king, the butcher of the marches, a ruler from 3 centuries past, accused of ordering the massacre of an entire dissident province, his name a byword for tyranny. The official record was clear, damning. The chronicles of the time, penned by scribes like Alaric and others in his employ, spoke of pyres that burned for a week, of rivers running red. But Cullen, the researcher, had whispered of dissent, of alternative narratives crushed by the weight of the victorious, of a political power that needed a monster to justify its own ascension. So Jace began. The files and folios Cullen brought were stacked on the bedside table, a precarious tower of crumbling leather and foxed paper. They gave off their own smell of dust and slow decay, a dry counterpoint to the persistent metallic scent that haunted his nostrils. He would run his fingers over the rough parchment, feeling the impressions of quills long turned to dust. This was his crime scene. The victim was a man's legacy. The suspects were the dead. Heidi would watch him, her arms crossed. "You think you can find the truth in all that? It is just paper. Men lie with their tongues, they lie with their swords, and they lie most of all with their pens. That is why you have to listen to the silence between the words," Jace said, his eyes not leaving a faded map. "The things they are afraid to say." His investigation was a silent, mental prowl. He constructed the past in his mind, a cinematic scroll of stone castles and whispered conspiracies. He saw King Justin not as a caricature of evil, but as a man, a sovereign trapped by the machinations of the powerful families who surrounded him, the political power that was the true engine of the realm. He read the same accounts over and over. The monotony was a tool. The note always folded the same way in his mind, the report of the massacre at the Grey Valley. The phrasing was too perfect, the horror too uniform. It read like a piece of propaganda, a story designed to be repeated in taverns to stoke outrage. He noticed the inconsistencies, the small, frayed threads in the tapestry of history. A dispatch order that bore a seal that should not have been in use that season. A chronicler, Alaric, who wrote of the king's despair with a startling, intimate detail that suggested proximity, but whose later writings were venomous, a complete reversal. What had happened to Alaric in between? A promotion, a threat. The footsteps of the king's closest advisor, Lord Malker, echoed through the documents, a presence always in the background, always shaping the narrative. Cullen would visit, his eyes alight with a scholar's fire. He provided the context, the dry tinder of dates and successions. "See here, Jace," he would say, his finger tracing a lineage. The Malker line, they were the power behind the throne for generations. After Justin was deposed, it was a Malker who took the crown not by blood but by acclamation. They needed Justin to be a monster. A just king could not be so easily removed. A mad dog, however, must be put down. Jace would lie back, the pain in his body a distant thrum compared to the sharp focus in his mind. He was cross-referencing, building a case. The official story was that Justin gave the order, but Jace found no signed order. There was only a letter attributed to the king, full of rage and paranoia, discovered by Malker after the fact. The case, always built on that single, damning letter. He imagined the scene in the council chamber, the smell of wax and wine, the pressure of lords who wanted the dissident province crushed, its lands redistributed. He imagined Justin, young, idealistic, resisting. And then he imagined Malker, older, colder, realizing the king was an obstacle. The investigation became a reflection on justice itself. What was the truth but the story that survived? Power did not just write history, it edited it with a ruthless hand. The real crime was not the massacre, though a massacre had undoubtedly occurred, but the theft of a man's soul, the pinning of a century's sins on a single, convenient scapegoat. Jace, from his bed, felt a kinship with the dead king. They were both confined, one by flesh, one by ink, both victims of a narrative they did not control. The climax came not with a shout, but with a slow, chilling realization. It was late. The hospital was quiet, a landscape of sleeping breath and humming machines. The coppery smell was strong tonight, a presence in the room. Jace had been piecing together the timeline of the massacre against the movements of the court. He had a copy of a grain shipment ledger, a mundane document Cullen had unearthed, showing the Army's supply route. And he had Alaric's private journal, a fragile thing Cullen had risked his reputation to borrow, where the chronicler wrote in a hurried, fearful script. The army was here, Jace thought, his mind a map. On the day the order was supposedly given, they were 2 weeks' march from the Grey Valley, but the massacre happened 5 days later. It was logistically impossible. The order had not come from the king in his capital. It had come from the field, from Malker. He read Alaric's journal entry for that fateful day. The words were hesitant, blotted with what looked like wax or a tear. The king is distraught. He asked me, what have they done? What have they done in my name? He did not give the order. He wept when he heard. He is a prisoner in his own court. Malker watches him, always watches. I fear for my life if this page is found. I must write what they tell me to write. I must. The entry ended there. The next page began with the official, venomous version of events. Alaric had been broken. His testimony, the key to everything, had been coerced, rewritten. The truth was in that silence, in that fractured, terrified sentence. He did not give the order. Jace let the journal fall onto the sheets. He felt a profound exhaustion, the weight of 3 centuries of lies. He had solved it. King Justin was innocent of the great crime that defined him. He was a pawn, removed from the board by the true architects of the atrocity. The political power embodied by Malker had committed the massacre to create a crisis, used the crisis to depose the king, and then used the king's manufactured guilt to legitimize their own rule. It was so clean, so ruthless, it took his breath away. Heidi came in for her final rounds. She saw his face, pale and stark in the dim light. "You found it, didn't you?" she said softly. "I found it," he whispered. He told her, his voice low and raspy, the entire story. The logistical impossibility, the coerced chronicler, the silent, smiling advisor who became a king. He laid out the case, piece by piece, until the truth stood in the room between them, as solid and as cold as the bed rails. Heidi listened, her face unreadable. When he was finished, she adjusted his IV line, her fingers cool on his wrist. She looked down at him, and her eyes were not those of a nurse, but of someone who understood the deep, intractable currents of the world. "It is a good story, Inspector, a tragedy, but what will you do with this truth? The historians, the world, they have their story. It is the one that built the nations that came after. It is the one in all the textbooks. This," she gestured to the journals, "this is just paper, old paper." "It is the truth," Jace insisted, though the fight was leaving him, replaced by a vast, hollow feeling. "Truth," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper, so low he had to strain to hear it over the hum of the machines, "is not what happened. Truth is the story that endures. You have your answer, but the world does not want it. The world needs its monsters." She turned to leave, pausing at the door. She looked back at him, a silhouette against the bright hallway. "My maiden name," she said, almost as an afterthought, her voice the faintest rustle of paper, the quietest closing of a tomb, "is Malker." And she was gone, her footsteps echoing once more down the hall, leaving Jace alone in the silent, scented room, the final, devastating truth hanging in the air, unspoken and forever out of reach. The silence after her departure was absolute. It was not the quiet of an empty room, but a dense, suffocating thing, a physical weight on his chest. Malker. The name echoed in the sterile air, a key turning in a lock he hadn't known existed. Heidi. The woman who wiped his brow, who knew the intimate geography of his pain, was a descendant of the very architect of the lie he had just unearthed. It was not a coincidence. It could not be. The smell, that coppery ghost, seemed to intensify, coiling in the back of his throat. It was no longer a memory. It was a warning. He had been digging in a grave, and the ground had shifted beneath him. Had Cullen known, the historian with his dusty archives and his fiery passion for dissent? Had he sent Jace on this path knowing where it led, knowing who was watching? Or was he just another pawn, another Alaric, useful for his knowledge but blind to the larger game? Jace's mind, so sharp in clear moments before, now churned in a vortex of paranoia. Every interaction with Heidi was reevaluated, every word stripped and examined for hidden meaning. Her gentle hands, her quiet efficiency, her philosophical musings on truth and monsters. It was all a performance. She was not just a nurse. She was a guardian, a sentry posted at the gates of a 300-year-old secret. He tried to move, a surge of adrenaline fighting the morphine and the broken scaffolding of his body. A sharp, white-hot pain lanced through his ribs, pinning him to the bed. He was trapped. He had pursued a phantom from his past only to find himself captive in a present controlled by the legacy of that past. The King Justin enigma was not a historical puzzle. It was a live wire, and he had just grabbed it with both hands. He looked at the stack of files on the bedside table. They were no longer a refuge. They were evidence, and he was the only witness. The urge to destroy them, to tear the brittle pages to confetti, was overwhelming. But that would change nothing. The truth was in his head now, a dangerous, volatile knowledge. The door opened again, his heart hammered against his ribs, but it was only the night orderly, a different man, come to check his vitals. The man moved with a bored detachment, his eyes glazed with fatigue. He did not speak, only recorded numbers on a chart and left. The brief, mundane interaction was more terrifying than a direct threat. It underscored the perfect, invisible architecture of his confinement. He was in a cage whose bars were made of history, and whose warden brought him water and adjusted his pillows. He lay there as the hours bled into one another, the darkness outside the window giving way to a pale, reluctant dawn. He heard the shift change, the murmur of voices at the nurse's station. He waited for her. When the door finally swung open and Heidi stepped in, it was with the same calm competence as always. Her face was a mask of professional concern. She did not look like a keeper of dark legacies. She looked like his nurse. "Your blood pressure was a little elevated overnight, Inspector," she said, her tone even, as if their last conversation had never happened. As if she had not detonated his reality with a single word. He could not speak. He could only watch her as she moved about the room, straightening the sheets, her actions precise and practiced. She picked up the King Justin folio from where it had fallen on his bed. She did not look at it with anger or fear, but with a kind of weary familiarity, like someone handling a troublesome but necessary household object. "We should clear some of this away," she said, her voice soft. "It's not good for you to dwell on these old, sad stories. You need to focus on getting better, on the future." She placed the folio neatly on top of the stack. Her hand rested on it for a moment, a gesture of possession, of finality. In that simple, domestic act, Jace understood everything. He would not be publishing a paper. He would not be telling Cullen. He would not be righting a historical wrong. The world did indeed need its monsters, and it needed its secrets to stay buried. He had solved the crime, but there would be no arrest, no justice. The killer had won 3 centuries ago, and his children were still in charge. Jace closed his eyes. The smell of old pennies and cleaned wounds was gone. In its place was the scent of his own powerlessness, sharp and acidic. He had his truth, and now he would have to live with it, a prisoner not of his bed, but of the story that had finally, irrevocably caught up to him. The days that followed were a study in a new kind of silence. It was not the quiet of recovery, but the tense, watchful hush of a stalemate. Heidi's care remained impeccable, her touch as gentle and sure as ever, but every gesture was now a sentence in the unspoken agreement between them. She was reminding him of the walls of his world, and he was learning to feel their contours without testing them. Cullen visited, bursting with academic excitement. "Well, man, did you crack it? The Mad King's secret." Jace looked past his friend's shoulder to where Heidi was smoothing his blanket. Her back was to them, but he saw the subtle stillness in her shoulders, a listening posture. He felt the weight of the folios on the table, their truth now a weapon pointed at his own head. "A dead end," Jace said, his voice a dry rustle. "The documents are too corrupted, too many contradictions. You were right, it is a fascinating puzzle, but in the end it is just paper." He saw the disappointment cloud Cullen's face, then the resigned shrug of a scholar used to hitting walls. "Ah, well, it was a long shot. A good mental exercise for you, though." A mental exercise. Jace managed a thin, tight smile. Yes, that is all it was. After Cullen left, the room felt colder. He had done it. He had buried the truth as neatly as Lord Malker had buried King Justin. He had become a part of the silence between the words. Heidi came over to adjust his pillow. Her hand brushed his shoulder, and it was not a gesture of comfort, but of acknowledgement. He had passed a test he hadn't known he was taking. His physical therapy began. The slow, agonizing process of learning to walk again felt like a grim parody of his situation. He was learning to move within his new confines, to accept the limitations that had been placed upon him. The world outside the hospital window seemed different now, not a place to return to, but a larger extension of the same gilded cage. The city, with its own myths and monsters, its own hidden Malkers shaping the story. The coppery smell never returned. He realized it had never been a ghost from his old cases. It had been a premonition of this one, the scent of an old, cold crime whose blood had finally seeped into his present. The day came for his discharge. Heidi helped him into the wheelchair, her movements efficient and final. She handed him a small bag of his belongings. The King Justin files were not inside. He did not ask about them. They were already gone, returned to whatever archive or furnace they had come from. "Take care of yourself, Inspector," she said, her voice neutral, professional. "Try to leave the ghosts behind." He looked up at her, this woman who was both his caretaker and his jailer. There were no more words to be said. The case was closed, not with a revelation, but with a quiet, mutual understanding of how the world truly worked. His friend Cullen was waiting outside with a car. As they drove away from the hospital, Jace watched the white building shrink in the rearview mirror. He was free from the bed, but the anchor of the truth held him fast. He knew he would never speak of King Justin again. The real enigma was not who had given the order 300 years ago, but how to live in a world where the truth was the most dangerous thing of all. He leaned his head against the cool glass of the window and closed his eyes. A detective who had solved his final case, only to become its last and only victim. The car ride was a blur of muted city sounds and Cullen's cheerful, oblivious chatter about a new research grant. Jace offered monosyllabic replies, his mind a locked room. He was home, but the familiar space of his apartment felt alien, staged. Every book on his shelf, every case file, seemed to whisper of narratives he could no longer trust. The truth was inside him now, a dormant infection. He spent the first week relearning the simple mechanics of his life, each movement a reminder of his physical and metaphysical fragility. He avoided Cullen's calls. He could not bear the historian's enthusiasm, the pure, untarnished belief in the power of discovery. Jace had discovered the ultimate thing, and it had rendered him powerless. One afternoon, a thick, cream-colored envelope arrived. There was no return address. His name was written in a precise, elegant hand he recognized instantly. Inside was no letter, only a single folded piece of modern, high-quality paper. When he opened it, a small, dried flower of purple gentian fell onto his table. The paper held a short, typed quote from a historical text he knew well when he had pored over in the hospital. It was from the later, venomous chronicles of Alaric. A kingdom is built on stories, not stone. The wise man knows which stories to water and which to let wither. That was all. No signature, no threat. It was a message, a final, elegant knot tied around the entire affair. The flower was a symbol of the Grey Valley, the very province that had been massacred. She was telling him she knew the depth of his discovery, and she was reminding him of the cost of letting that particular story bloom. It was not a warning of violence, but something far more absolute, a reminder of his place in the ecosystem of history. He was a consumer of stories, not a cultivator. He held the dried flower, its petals fragile as dust. He thought of Heidi, of the Malker bloodline, curators of a national myth for centuries. They weren't monsters, they were gardeners, and they had just pruned a dangerous shoot. He had wanted to expose a lie, but the lie was a load-bearing wall. Tearing it down would not bring justice to a long-dead king. It would only create chaos in the world of the living. He placed the gentian back inside the envelope and put it in a drawer, a reliquary for a saint that never was. He knew then that he would never work another historical case. The past was not a puzzle to be solved, but a territory owned and managed by powerful interests. His own past, the violent cases that had haunted him, seemed simple now. They were crimes with criminals, evidence with conclusions. The Justin case was different. It was a crime where the criminal had won so completely that justice was no longer a concept that could be applied. He looked out his window at the city, at the people walking below, living their lives inside the stories they were told. They needed their monsters. They needed their kings to be mad and their advisors to be wise. The world made sense that way. Jace's truth did not make sense. It was a chaotic, destabilizing force. And so, with the quiet finality of a stone sinking into deep water, he let it go. He did not forget it. He simply placed it in a mental vault and turned the key. He was not its victim. He was its warden, and a good warden never opens the door. The gentian remained in the drawer, a silent purple heart at the center of his quieted life. He went through the motions of recovery, his body healing while his spirit settled into a permanent state of armistice. He took a job as a consultant for a private security firm, analyzing modern threats with a detached, clinical eye. The work was clean. It dealt in the present tense, in bank robberies and corporate espionage, where the facts were tangible and the motives were greed, not the soul of a nation. He was good at it. He had learned to see the hidden patterns, the lies people told in the moment, and he found a certain peace in their small, manageable scale. Cullen eventually stopped calling, their friendship a casualty of the chasm Jace could not cross. He heard through the academic grapevine that Cullen had moved on to a new project, something about trade routes in the Southern Empire. Jace was glad for him. Let him dig in safe ground. Years passed, the sharp edges of the hospital memory softened, blurred by time and deliberate neglect. He saw a woman with Heidi-esque posture on the street once and felt only a distant, cold ripple, like a stone dropped into a well so deep it made no sound. He was, by all accounts, a man who had put his demons to rest. Then on a rainy Tuesday, a new intern at the firm, a bright-eyed young woman named Alara, brought him a file. It was a background check for a client, a minor noble family with political aspirations, standard procedure. He flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning the genealogical chart without real interest until a name, nestled 3 generations back, snagged his attention like a fishhook. Malker. It was a different branch, a distant cousin, but the name was there, a spider in the corner of the web. The current head of the family was a man named Gregor, a philanthropist with a seat on the National Heritage Council. Jay stared at the name, and the vault in his mind, the one he had kept so securely locked, did not open. Instead, he felt its weight shift, settling more deeply into his foundations. They were everywhere, the gardeners, tending their stories. He closed the file and handed it back to Alara. "It's clean," he said, his voice even. "Approve it." She smiled, eager and trusting, and took the file away. Jace turned his chair to look out the window at the rain-slicked streets. He thought of the dried gentian in his drawer at home, a forgotten, pressed secret. He had not become a victim, nor had he become a hero. He had become something else entirely, a part of the silence that keeps the world turning. He was a man who knew a truth, and in knowing it had been subtly, irrevocably enlisted into its protection. The story had endured, and so had he, by learning to live within its margins. The rain fell in steady gray sheets, blurring the city into an impressionist painting. He watched it for a long time, the file on Gregor Malker a faint, cold spot in his mind. There was no outrage left, no desire to connect the dots. The dots were all connected, a vast and invisible constellation of power he had no wish to navigate. His phone buzzed. It was a notification from a historical society mailing list he never bothered to unsubscribe from. The headline was about a newly discovered letter from Chancellor Alaric, shedding light on the stability of his regency. Jace deleted the email without reading it. He knew what it would say. It would be another brick in the wall, another carefully watered story. That evening he went home to his quiet apartment. He did not open the drawer to look at the gentian. He made tea and sat in his chair, the hum of the city a distant murmur. He thought of Alara, the intern, her face full of the bright certainty that the world was a solvable equation. He had once been like that. He had believed that truth was a destination you could arrive at, a thing you could hold in your hands and present to the world. Now he knew it was a current, and you either swam with it or you drowned. A few weeks later, he saw a newspaper article about Gregor Malker's foundation funding a new museum exhibit on the reign of Justin. The headline called it a definitive exploration. Jace read the article with a detached curiosity. It was masterful, a work of art. It presented the madness as tragic fact, the massacre as a necessary, if regrettable, measure for unity. The historians quoted were all respected, their credentials impeccable. He recognized the narrative architecture, the subtle reinforcement of the myth. It was Heidi's philosophy made manifest in marble and glass. Truth is the story that endures. He did not feel angry. He felt a strange, hollow respect for the sheer endurance of it all. This was not a cover-up, it was a culture, a living, breathing tradition of curation that had outlasted dynasties. He was not a prisoner of it, he was a resident. He had made his peace by understanding the boundaries of his own freedom, which ended where the story began. He threw the newspaper into the recycling bin. Later that night, he dreamt not of copper smells or shadowy conspiracies, but of a vast, quiet library. He was not reading the books. He was simply dusting them carefully, methodically, making sure they remained intact for the next reader, who would never know he had been there. The dream lingered the next morning, a soft film over his consciousness. The act of dusting, of preservation, felt more significant than any investigation he had ever conducted. He went to work, reviewed security protocols, and attended meetings. His life was a model of quiet competence. He was, he supposed, happy in a way. He had traded the torment of unanswered questions for the peace of accepted boundaries. Alara, the intern, was assigned to help him organize a decade's worth of cold case archives the firm had acquired. They worked in a sterile, windowless room, surrounded by cardboard boxes filled with the ghosts of other people's failures. She chattered as they worked, her voice a bright counterpoint to the dust motes dancing in the fluorescent light. "Some of these are so old," she said, pulling a file at random. "Look at this one, a burglary at the National Archives. They never found who did it, just some minor documents missing. Seems almost quaint, doesn't it?" Jace froze, his hand resting on a box labeled Financial Frauds, 1990-1995. He kept his voice carefully neutral. "Which archives, what year?" Alara scanned the page. 22 years ago, the main branch. It says here the only things reported missing were some personal correspondence from a minor noble family, the Malker papers. She looked up, her eyes wide with innocent curiosity. "Isn't that the same name as that philanthropist you approved last month? What a coincidence." The air in the room grew thick. Jace looked at the young woman, at the file in her hands, a piece of a puzzle he had never thought to look for. The burglary had not been to steal something of great value, but to remove something, to prune the story. The folios in his hospital room, the ones Heidi had so calmly taken away, must have been part of that stolen collection, temporarily removed from their hiding place for his assessment. He had been not just a detective, but a piece of evidence himself, a test to see if the story still held. Coincidence, Jace echoed, his voice a little hoarse. He took the file from her. This is irrelevant to our work, it's a dead end. He walked to the industrial shredder in the corner. The machine whirred to life with a hungry growl. He fed the file into it, watching the paper twist and fragment into meaningless confetti. Alara stared at him, her mouth slightly open. But the procedure, we were supposed to log everything. Some things are better left lost, he said, turning back to the boxes. His heart was beating a slow, heavy rhythm. He had not just accepted the story, he had now actively participated in its maintenance. He had become a gardener. The realization was not a shock, but a quiet confirmation, a final click of a lock. He met Alara's confused gaze, and for a moment he saw the ghost of his own old self in her eyes, the believer in truth. The look passed, replaced by a dawning understanding that in this world there were rules beyond the manual. She simply nodded and turned back to her work, the lesson learned. The silence between them was no longer empty, but full. It was the sound of a story enduring. He did not speak of the shredded file again, and neither did Alara. A new understanding settled between them, unspoken but absolute. She began to learn the rhythms of his silence, when to press and when to withdraw, and in doing so, she started her own apprenticeship in the art of curation. Jace watched her, this bright young woman learning to temper her curiosity with discretion, and he felt a pang of something that was not quite regret. It was the passing of a torch, dimmed but still burning. The Malker file, or what was left of it, was catalogued as damaged and unrecoverable. The system absorbed the lie without a flicker. Life at the firm continued. He trained Alara, imparting the technical aspects of their work while demonstrating the more crucial, unwritten principles. He taught her how to see the shape of a story by what was omitted, how to recognize the load-bearing lies in a client's history. She was a quick study. Her initial brightness matured into a steady, observant glow. One evening, as he was preparing to leave, he found her standing by his desk. She held a single sheet of paper. I was cross-referencing the old accession logs from the archive's acquisition, she said, her voice low and even. The burglary file wasn't the only record. The original log noted a second, smaller removal of materials a week before the burglary was reported. It was authorized by a senior archivist who retired shortly after. The items were listed as for conservation. They were never returned. Jace looked at the paper, then at her. He did not ask how she had found this or why she had looked. He simply waited. The items were personal letters from Lord Malker to his steward in the Grey Valley, she continued, dated the month before the massacre. The air in the office grew still. This was not the broad, accepted myth of the Mad King. This was a thread, fine and sharp, that could snag on the tapestry and unravel it. It was evidence of foreknowledge. It was proof. Alara held his gaze. What should I do with this? She asked. It was not a question of procedure. It was the only question that mattered. Jace looked at the paper, then out the window at the darkening city. He saw the lights coming on in windows, people settling into their evenings, living inside the stories that kept their world coherent. He thought of the gentian, dried and fragile in its drawer. He thought of the vast, quiet library from his dream. He reached out and took the paper from her. He didn't shred it. He folded it once, carefully, and then again, and placed it in his inner jacket pocket over his heart. Nothing, he said. You do nothing. You forget you ever saw it. She nodded once. There was no disappointment in her eyes, only a deep and sober acceptance. She had presented him with a truth, and he had chosen its custody. It was the final lesson. He walked out of the office and into the cool night air. The weight of the paper against his chest was no longer a burden, but a part of his architecture. He was not just a warden or a gardener. He was the archive itself. and some truths were too dangerous to be read, too fragile to be exposed. Their only safe place the silent, steadfast vault of a man who knew how to hold them without a sound. He walked the rest of the way home in a state of perfect clarity. The folded paper was not a secret, it was a sacrament. He entered his apartment, the familiar space no longer feeling alien or staged, but perfectly suited to its purpose, a quiet container for a silent man. He went to the drawer and took out the envelope containing the gentian. He did not open it. He simply held it for a moment, feeling its thin, papery weight. Then he placed it back in the drawer and closed it. He did not look at the paper from Alara again. He knew what it contained, and knowing was the entirety of the task. The physical object was irrelevant. The following day and every day after, he performed his duties with the same detached efficiency. Alara never mentioned the archives again. Their relationship settled into a comfortable professional rhythm, built on a foundation of profound, unspoken knowledge. Months later, he read that Gregor Malker had been appointed to a prestigious cultural ambassadorship. The article praised his dedication to preserving the nation's history. Jace felt nothing but a cold, professional appreciation for a job well done. The system was not just maintained, it was thriving. One weekend, he cleaned his apartment. It was a methodical, thorough process. When he came to the drawer, he removed the envelope with the gentian and the folded paper from his pocket. He considered them both, these two relics of a truth that had no right to exist in the world. He did not burn them. Destruction was a form of release, and they did not deserve release. They deserved to be forgot. He found a small, lockable metal box he used for old passports and birth certificates. He placed the envelope and the folded paper inside. He closed the lid and turned the key. He put the box on a high shelf in his closet, behind a stack of sweaters. He was not hiding it, he was simply storing it, the way a library stores a book that is never requested. It was there if someone knew where to look, but no one ever would. He finished his cleaning and sat down. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the floor. He thought of the mad King Justin, a monster created to give a nation a clean story. He thought of the Grey Valley, a tragedy subsumed into a lesson. He thought of Heidi, a gardener tending her poisonous flowers. And he thought of himself, a man who had once believed in truth, now its most reliable guardian. The silence in the room was not empty. It was the sound of a story, complete and unchallenged, and he was a part of its telling, a vital, breathing paragraph in the great, unread book of history. He began to take long walks through the city at night, a habit he had formed without really thinking about it. He would trace the routes of old, forgotten canals now buried beneath the streets, or follow the perimeter of what had once been the city's ancient walls. He was mapping the layers, the stories built upon stories. He felt a kinship with the buried things. He was, in his own way, another piece of buried history, a living artifact of a truth that could not see the light. One evening, his walk took him past the new museum, the one funded by Gregor Malker's foundation. The grand opening had been the previous week. He stood across the street, watching the last of the visitors trickle out into the lamplit night. The building was a sleek, modern monolith, but its entrance was framed by two massive, weathered stone pillars salvaged from the old royal citadel. The effect was deliberate, the new growing from the roots of the old, a visual representation of continuity. He had to admire the elegance of it. A figure emerged from the shadows near the museum's side entrance, a woman carrying a briefcase. Even at this distance and in the poor light, he knew the precise, economical way she moved. It was Heidi. She paused, looking at her phone, her face illuminated by the screen's glow. She had not aged a day. She looked exactly as she had in his hospital room, a timeless curator in a world of decaying facts. He did not move, he did not call out, he simply watched from his island of darkness across the street. He felt no surge of anger, no desire for confrontation. He felt only a quiet, professional assessment. She was here, overseeing her work, ensuring the narrative was properly installed. It was what she did. She finished with her phone, slipped it into her coat, and walked away, disappearing down the steps to the underground transit. Jace remained where he was for a long time after she had gone. The encounter felt like a seal of approval, a confirmation that he was exactly where he was meant to be. He was not opposing her. He was, in his own small way, assisting. He was a stabilizer in the ecosystem she tended. He turned for home, his footsteps echoing on the pavement. The city hummed around him, a machine powered by accepted truths. He was a well-maintained part of that machine. He thought of the metal box on the high shelf and the gentian and the folded paper. They were safe. They were contained, and in their containment the world was allowed to spin on smooth and untroubled. He had not just accepted the story, he had become a crucial, silent pillar in the temple of its telling. The next morning he received a small, flat package at his office, delivered by a courier service he did not recognize. There was no return address. Inside, nestled in plain tissue paper, was a book. It was an old, leather-bound history of the city's botanical gardens, its cover worn soft with age. He opened it. The pages were dense with text and detailed illustrations of flowers and trees. There was no note, no inscription. He understood it was not a message but a token, an acknowledgement from one gardener to another. He placed the book on his desk. It looked as if it had always been there. When Alara came in with his coffee, her eyes flickered to the new edition, but she said nothing. She had learned the value of unasked questions. He spent the afternoon reading the book. It was a dry, factual account of soil composition, seasonal plantings, and architectural layouts. He found the chapter on the gentian. It described its preference for high, rocky altitudes and its brief, vivid bloom. The book noted that it was often pressed and preserved for study, its color lasting for decades if kept from the light. He closed the book and leaned back in his chair. The hum of the office was a soothing sound. He was not a man haunted by a secret. He was a man defined by it, his life given shape and purpose by the weight of the thing he carried. He was, he realized, completely and utterly free because his choices were now perfectly aligned with his nature. He was a keeper of silence, and in that he had found his voice. He did not press the gentian from the book, nor did he mark the page. The information was absorbed, becoming another quiet part of his internal catalog. The book remained on his desk, a testament to a shared understanding that needed no words. His work continued, the days blending into a comfortable pattern of order and discretion. Alara was promoted, moving to a different department, and her replacement was a young man with a similar bright intensity. Jace found himself teaching the same unspoken lessons, guiding the new intern toward the quiet spaces between the rules. Years passed in this manner. He took a certain satisfaction in his work, in the smooth functioning of the systems he helped maintain. He was, by all external measures, a respected and reliable man. The city changed around him, new buildings rising where old ones had stood, but the underlying stories remained, repurposed and reinforced for a new generation. He occasionally saw Gregor Malker's name in the society pages, a permanent fixture on the boards of museums and libraries. One rainy afternoon, he was cleaning out his office ahead of his retirement. The process was simple. He had accumulated very little of a personal nature. The book from Heidi was one of the few items he planned to take with him. As he was placing it in a cardboard box, it slipped from his grasp, falling to the floor. The old binding cracked, and a single folded sheet of paper, yellowed with age, dislodged from a hollow space carved into the pages. His hands were steady as he picked it up. He knew, with a certainty that felt like fate, what it was before he even unfolded it. It was a sketch drawn in fine, delicate ink lines. It depicted a gentian, its petals rendered with exquisite care, and below it, in a handwriting he recognized from the file he had shredded a lifetime ago, was a caption, "For my Alara, a promise of return from the Grey Valley. G." He stared at the drawing, G for Gregor, Alara. The intern's name had not been a coincidence, it had been a test, a thread left for him to find or ignore. Heidi had not just been acknowledging a fellow gardener. She had been completing the story, giving him the final piece, the proof of a personal tragedy twisted into a political necessity. The massacre had not just been about unity, it had been about a broken promise, a lost love, erased from history. He folded the sketch along its old creases. He did not put it in the metal box, he did not destroy it. He placed it back inside the hollow of the book, and then he placed the book in his box. He would take it home. He would put it on a shelf. He would never look at it again. Some truths were not for sharing or for acting upon. Their only power, their only purpose, was to be known by the right person. And as he carried the box out of the office for the last time, he understood that his entire life had been about becoming that person. The story was safe. It would end with him. The rain had softened to a fine mist by the time he reached his apartment. He placed the box containing the book on his kitchen table. The rest of his retirement belongings would be delivered the next day, but he had carried this one himself. He made a cup of tea and sat in his chair as the evening deepened, the book sitting unopened on the table. There was no need to look inside. The knowledge was enough. He had not been chosen for his weakness in the hospital, but for a strength he never knew. He possessed the strength to carry a thing and never put it down. He thought of the young Alara, her bright curiosity extinguished not by fear, but by a greater understanding. He wondered briefly if she had ever suspected the personal connection, the ghost of her namesake that had guided her hands to that crucial file. He decided it did not matter. She had played her part perfectly. They all had. His retirement was a quiet affair. He received a standard pension and a generic letter of thanks from the firm. He spent his time reading, walking, and tending to a small, tidy garden on his balcony. He grew practical things, herbs and a few tomato plants. He never grew flowers. One day he saw a news segment about the Malker Foundation funding a new wing for the National Archives. The camera panned over a serene portrait of Gregor Malker, his face a mask of benevolent wisdom. Jace changed the channel. He lived for many more years, a quiet, unremarkable old man. When he died, it was peacefully in his sleep. The neighbor who found him called the authorities. His apartment was neat and sparse. The few possessions he had were easily dealt with. A nephew, his only living relative, came to clear the place. He found the metal box on the high shelf. He shook it, heard the faint rustle inside, and assumed it was just old documents. He never opened it, taking it to a shredding facility along with other personal papers. The locked box was fed into the industrial machine, its contents vanishing into a stream of gray confetti. The book, however, the old botanical history, the nephew kept. It looked valuable. He placed it on his own bookshelf where it sat unread for years, its secret nestled securely in its heart, a final, perfect hiding place that required no warden, only silence. And the silence, as always, remained. The book eventually passed to the nephew's daughter, a woman with a passion for local history. She discovered the sketch during a research project, carefully removing it from its hiding place. She saw the names, the flower, and felt the chill of a story she almost understood. She framed the gentian and hung it in her study, a beautiful, enigmatic artifact. She sometimes looked at it and wondered, but the trail was long cold, the context lost. The truth was now just a decoration, its sharp edges smoothed away by time, its meaning faded into a simple, aesthetic mystery. It was the gentlest possible end. She told no one of her discovery, treating the sketch as a private treasure. Its presence in her home was a quiet pleasure, a connection to a past she could feel but not name. She married, had children, and the drawing of the gentian watched over a life filled with its own new stories. One afternoon, her young son, chasing a ball, knocked the frame from the wall. The glass shattered. As she carefully picked up the pieces, her fingers brushed against the back of the sketch. There, on the reverse side, hidden by the matting for over a century, was a single line of writing, the ink faded to a faint brown. "The field where they bloom is the field where we will meet." She held the fragile paper, the words settling into her with a profound and inexplicable weight. She did not know who had written them or to whom they were meant. She did not know about the Grey Valley or the massacre or the man who had carried this truth to his grave, but she felt the promise and the loss as if it were her own. She carefully tucked the note into a small envelope and placed it inside a family Bible, a thing meant to be passed down. The gentian itself she pressed between the pages of a heavy dictionary, a keeper of definitions, where it would be safe and dark and still. The dictionary sat on the shelf for years, a quiet tomb for the pressed flower. The boy grew up, and the memory of the shattered glass and his mother's strangely solemn face that day became a soft, blurred moment from childhood. He left home for university, studying engineering, his mind occupied by stresses and tolerances, by things that could be measured and proven. His mother grew old in the house full of books and quiet history. One winter, as she was sorting through her belongings, her hands, now gnarled with arthritis, pulled the dictionary from its shelf. It fell open naturally to the page where the gentian lay, a blue ghost on the thick paper. She lifted it, its stem fragile as a nerve. She remembered the hidden note and retrieved the family Bible, finding the small envelope where she had placed it. She read the words again, "The field where they bloom is the field where we will meet." This time, however, her eyes, seasoned by age and a lifetime of accumulated subtlety, saw what she had missed before. The handwriting was not the same as the caption on the front. It was sharper, more angular, a desperate, hurried script. It was not Gregor's promise to Alara, it was her promise to him, a promise made before the world broke, a plea sent into the silence. She felt a sudden, vertiginous understanding. This was not a story about a powerful man erasing a mistake. It was a story about a woman, a gardener, carefully pruning the past to protect a fragile personal truth. Heidi had not given Jace the book to complete the story, but to correct it, to ensure that the love and not just the betrayal was preserved somewhere, even if its meaning was lost. She did not press the flower back into the dictionary. Instead, she took a clean sheet of paper and laid the gentian upon it. She placed the hidden note beside it. Then with great care, she folded the paper around them, creating a new packet, a new envelope for this old heart. She slipped it into the back of the botanical book, the one her father had kept. She did not know why she did this. It felt like the right thing to do, to return it to its original vessel. She placed the book back on the shelf. When she passed away, her son cleared the house. He kept the botanical book for sentimental reasons, adding it to the small collection of his mother's things he stored in his own attic. He never opened it. The gentian and its secret note rested in the dark, between the pages describing soil and sunlight, waiting not for a keeper, but simply for time, which eventually claims all stories, not with a bang, but with a slow, gentle forgetting. Story 4. The first thing I noticed was the door. It was ajar, just a sliver, a dark vertical cut in the white frame. I always closed it. It was a habit, a small ritual against the chaos of the world. To see it open even that much was like a note played out of key in a familiar piece of music. I pushed it slowly, the hinge groaning a low protest, and the smell hit me. Not the coppery tang of blood, but something older, more intimate. Cigar smoke, cheap and sweet, and beneath it, the faint, sour odor of a body that had been still for a very long time. The room was as I had left it, and yet entirely different. The same worn Persian rug, the same heavy oak desk drowning in papers, the same green-shaded lamp, its cord coiled like a sleeping serpent. But the air was thick and still, a liquid silence. Francesco sat in my leather armchair, his head tilted back as if in deep contemplation of the water stain on the ceiling. His eyes were open, two dull buttons of glass. One hand rested on the arm of the chair, the other lay palm up on his lap, a silent request for something that would never be granted. On the small table beside him, balanced on a stack of my old field reports, was a glass of amber liquid, untouched. Next to it, a single cigar, its ash a long, pale finger that had not yet fallen. They told me it was a heart attack, a tragic, if timely, end for an old, broken man. The local police, efficient and incurious, saw an expired informant in the home of a retired intelligence officer and drew the most convenient of lines. They did not know about the door. They did not feel the specific quality of the silence in the room, a silence that had been carefully arranged. They did not see the message, because it was for me. The cigar was his brand, the whiskey was my brand. It was a still life of our shared history, a final report filed in the language of things. His name was Francesco. For 20 years he had been a thread of gossamer stretched across the chasm between our world and theirs. He dealt in small truths and larger lies, a merchant of whispers. He was a fragile man built from nerves and regrets, and I was his handler, his confessor, his only tether to a side he had never truly chosen. We had retired together, in a way. My pension was a quiet house and a distant wife. His was a small apartment in a forgotten part of the city, and the constant, gnawing fear that his past would one day come to collect. It seems it finally had. The call from Langley was a study in bureaucratic melancholy. It was Miller, his voice a dry rustle of paper over a secure line that felt unnecessarily dramatic for the news he bore. Sorry about Francesco, Gage, nasty business, but you know how it is with these old assets. The clock runs out. He spoke of a quiet burial, a closed file. But then his tone shifted, became less a statement and more a question. There are echoes, Gage, from the old days. We need you to come in, just to talk. To put some context around it, for the record. I knew what that meant. They were nervous. Francesco's death had stirred a sediment they thought had settled forever. And when the bureaucracy gets nervous, it looks for a retired man to put in a room and ask questions he cannot possibly answer. I agreed, not for them, for the open door, for the untouched glass, for the man in my chair who had been posed like a monument to a secret I was supposed to understand. The drive to the safe house was a journey through the back of my own mind. The rain had started, a fine, persistent mist that blurred the lines between the road and the sky. The windshield wipers beat a soft, hypnotic rhythm like a metronome counting down to something. I thought of Lucia, of the last time I saw her standing in the doorway of our home, her suitcase a small, sad shape at her feet. She didn't say she was leaving for good. She just said she needed to see the ocean. That was 5 years ago. The ocean, it seemed, was a very large place. Her absence was a presence in my life, a room in my house I never entered, and Francesco's death felt like a key that might finally open it. The safe house was a bland, beige building that aspired to be forgotten. Inside, the air was filtered and cold, smelling of recycled air and anxiety. Miller was there, older, grayer, his suit hanging on him like a question mark. With him was a younger woman, all sharp angles and quiet intensity. Her name was Carter. She had the eyes of someone who had seen too much too soon. We sat in a room with no windows. Miller offered coffee from a stained carafe. I declined. He was a heart attack waiting to happen, Gage, Miller said, stirring his coffee. The autopsy was conclusive. High cholesterol, arterial plaque, a ticking time bomb. Then why am I here, Miller? To pay my respects to a closed file. There was a pattern, Carter said. Her voice was low, deliberate. In the weeks before he died, his pattern of movement changed. He started taking long, aimless walks. He visited a public library he hadn't been to in a decade. He made a single, very short phone call to a number we haven't been able to trace. A frightened man taking precautions, I said. Or an old spy preparing to make contact, Miller countered. The number was a ghost, a one-time burner, the kind of thing he used to use, the kind of thing Boston used to provide. The name landed in the sterile room like a stone in a still pond. Boston. It was not a real name, of course. It was a designation, a code name we had given to our opposite number for so long it had become his identity. He was a man of immense charm and ruthless intellect, a chess player who saw the world as a board of black and white squares. We had danced our dance for 3 decades, a slow, intricate waltz of deception and counter-deception across the gray cities of Europe. He was the only rival who ever felt like a reflection. We understood each other's moves before we made them. His presence in this was like recognizing a familiar handwriting on a bomb threat. What would Boston want with Francesco now? I asked. The Cold War is over. We all retired. The game never ends, Gage, Miller said softly. It just changes venues. There are new players, but they use the old playbooks. Francesco had information, something from the past, something that could still burn us. Or burn you, I said. He didn't answer. He slid a thin file across the table. Inside were photographs, Francesco entering the library, Francesco sitting on a park bench looking at nothing, and then the last one. A grainy, long-lens shot of a man in a dark overcoat getting into a black sedan. The picture was taken from behind and at a distance, but the set of the shoulders, the tilt of the head, was unmistakable. It was a ghost from a world I thought I had left. It was Boston. The investigation became a kind of archaeology, digging through the layers of my own past. I started with Francesco's apartment. It was a small, sad place that smelled of boiled cabbage and loneliness. The local police had been through it, but they were looking for a cause of death. I was looking for a reason. I found it tucked inside a hollowed-out copy of a Dostoevsky novel. A key, not for a door, but for a public locker at the city's main train station. The locker contained a single, sealed envelope. Inside was a photograph. It was old, the colors faded to a watery pastel. It showed two men laughing on a bridge in Prague. One was me, younger, my hair still thick and dark. The other was a man named Alexei Petrov, a mid-level diplomat we had been trying to turn. Standing just behind us, partially obscured, was Lucia. Her face was turned away, but I knew the line of her neck, the fall of her hair. On the back of the photograph, in Francesco's spidery script, was a single word: Veritas. I stood in the echoing cavern of the train station, the photograph trembling in my hand. Veritas, truth. This was the secret Francesco had died for. Not a list of names, not a blueprint for a weapon, a photograph, a memory. But I knew with a cold certainty that started in my gut and spread outwards that this photograph was a key to a different kind of lock. It was evidence of a meeting that never officially happened. A meeting that, if revealed, would have derailed delicate negotiations, ended careers, and branded me a traitor. Alexei Petrov had died in a car bomb a week after this picture was taken. An act of retaliation, they said. I had always wondered. I reported nothing to Miller and Carter. The game had changed. This was no longer about Francesco or Boston or some nebulous threat to national security. This was about the ghost in the photograph. This was about Lucia, her averted face a silent accusation. What had she seen? What had she known? Her departure had always been a mystery I was too weary to solve. Now it felt like the central question. The trail led me to a small coastal town, a place of salt-scoured wood and crying gulls. A place where Lucia had once said she wanted to live. I found her in a cottage at the edge of the sea, painting watercolors of the turbulent sky. She did not look surprised to see me. She looked as if she had been waiting. She poured tea and we sat by a window that looked out onto the endless gray water. The silence between us was not hostile, just deep and old. "He came to see me a month ago," she said, her voice barely louder than the sigh of the waves. "Francesco, he was terrified. He said he had made a mistake a long time ago. He said he had given someone a piece of information, a small thing, he thought. He said it got a man killed." "Alexei Petrov," I said. She nodded, her eyes on the horizon. "He said you were there that day, on the bridge. He said you gave the order." I felt the room tilt. The memory of that day was a blur of operational pressure and strategic calculations. Petrov was a target. The order had come from high up. I had relayed it. It was the job, but I had never connected Lucia to it. She was there as my wife, a cover for the meeting. I had told her it was a simple diplomatic introduction. "I didn't know," I whispered. "I never would have put you in that position." "I know that now," she said, "but back then I saw the way you were afterwards, cold, distant. The man who came back from Prague wasn't he the man I married. I thought you had become comfortable with death. I thought the job had hollowed you out, so I left." "And Francesco told you this now to clear his conscience?" "He said he was being pressured by someone from the old days. Someone who wanted him to confirm the story, to put it all together in a neat package, to blackmail you or the agency. He didn't know which. He said this man, this rival of yours, had the photograph. He was the one who had orchestrated the whole thing back in Prague. He was the one who had given the order for the bomb, framing our side, creating a rift that went all the way to my doorstep." "Boston," I said. The name was a taste of ash in my mouth. It was a move of breathtaking elegance. He hadn't just eliminated a target. He had poisoned my marriage and planted a seed of destructive guilt that had taken 20 years to bloom. And now he was harvesting it. I left Lucia with a silence that was no longer an absence, but a space for something new to grow. I drove back to the city, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into a terrible, beautiful picture. Francesco's death was not a murder of the body, but of the past. Boston had forced him to confront what he had done, to come to me with the truth, knowing the shock of it would kill him, either through the stress on his weak heart or through my own hand. It was a final, masterful stroke in our long duel. He had used my own history, my own failings, as the weapon. I knew where to find him. There was only one place this could end. The old warehouse by the docks where we had once, decades ago, met for a tense, unofficial parley. The place was derelict, smelling of rust, salt, and decay. Moonlight streamed through broken windows, painting silver stripes on the filthy concrete floor. And he was there, standing in the center of the vast, empty space, as if he had been waiting for the curtain to rise. He looked older, of course. His hair was silver, his face more lined, but the eyes were the same, intelligent and utterly calm. He wore a long coat, and his hands were clasped behind his back. "Gage," he said, his voice was just as I remembered, a low, cultured baritone that held a hint of amusement. "I knew you would understand the invitation." "The cigar," I said, "the whiskey, the open door. You always had a theatrical flair." "It is the punctuation that gives a story its meaning," he replied. "Francesco was a sad little sentence. I needed an exclamation point." He confirmed everything, his words echoing in the cavernous space. Prague had been his masterpiece, turning Francesco, however briefly, to get a read on my movements, using that to plant the bomb and frame our side. He had held onto the photograph all these years, a dormant asset. Now, with new tensions rising, his superiors wanted leverage. A story of a rogue American agent who had orchestrated an unauthorized assassination. A story that could be told with a photograph and a dead informant's testimony. "But why now?" I asked, my voice flat. "We are old men. The world has moved on." "The world is a circle, Gage, not a line. The same patterns repeat. The same players take the stage. I am merely reprising my greatest role, and you are my essential foil." He took a step forward, and I saw the gun in his hand, not pointed at me, but held loosely at his side. This was the final scene. He would kill me and leave the photograph and a fabricated confession on my body. The narrative would be complete. The retired officer, consumed by guilt over an old crime, kills the informant who knew the truth and then takes his own life. "I have no gun, Boston," I said. "I know," he said. "That is what makes this a tragedy and not a showdown. You were always a man of the mind, not the trigger finger. It is a weakness." He raised the gun, the moonlight glinted on the barrel, and in that moment the hypnotic rhythm of the past weeks, the slow, gathering storm of revelation, broke into a single, sharp, crystalline point. I did not think of Lucia or of Francesco or of duty. I thought only of the open door, the violation of my space, my peace, the arrogance of a man who believed he could write my ending. I didn't move, I just looked at him, and I smiled. It was the smile that unsettled him. It was not the reaction he had written. His finger tightened on the trigger, but in that fractional hesitation, a shadow detached itself from the deeper darkness behind him. There was a soft, wet thud. Boston's eyes widened in surprise, then went blank. The gun clattered to the floor, a shockingly loud sound in the silence. He fell to his knees, then forward onto his face. Behind him stood Carter, holding a silenced pistol, her face a mask of cool professionalism. "Miller's orders," she said, her voice echoing faintly. He couldn't risk the story getting out, any story. I looked from Boston's still form to her, so I was the bait, to draw him into the open. "You were the only one he would come for," she said, "the only one who mattered." She walked over, picked up Boston's gun, and wiped it clean. She placed it in my hand, closing my fingers around the grip. The metal was still warm. "The official story will be the one he intended for you," she said. "A murder-suicide, two old rivals ending it together. It's cleaner this way. It closes all the files." She turned and walked away, her footsteps fading into the darkness, leaving me alone with the body of my reflection. I stood there for a long time, the weight of the gun in my hand feeling both alien and familiar. The investigation had dissolved, not into an answer, but into a deeper, more profound confusion. I had sought the truth and found only a better lie. I had wanted to close a door and had instead opened a void. I left the warehouse and walked towards the sea. The mist had turned into a light rain, washing the streets clean. I came to the edge of the pier and looked out at the black, heaving water. I thought of Boston, of the elegant structure of his plan now collapsed into nothing. I thought of Francesco, a pawn to the very end. I thought of Lucia and the fragile possibility of a future. And I thought of the gun, now lying at the bottom of the sea, a secret swallowed by the depths. I never learned what truly happened. I never knew if Miller had orchestrated it all, or if Carter had acted on her own. I never knew if Boston-esque confession was the whole truth or just another layer of the deception. The mystery did not resolve, it simply settled like a fine dust over everything, blurring the edges of memory and fact. Sometimes in the quiet of my house I can still smell the cheap cigar smoke, and I see that door ajar, an invitation to a room where the past is never really dead, just waiting patiently for you to open it again. And the only thing I know for certain is that the game never ends. It just changes venues, and the players are all ghosts, whispering secrets to each other in the dark. The return to my small apartment was different. The silence was no longer empty, but charged. The gnawing fear was gone, replaced by a hollow acceptance. I had looked into the void, and it had offered me a deal, a trade of one truth for a greater lie. I had taken it. A week after the warehouse, a plain package arrived with no return address. Inside was my service pistol, the one I had turned in upon retirement. It was clean, oiled, and loaded. A message, not a threat, but a reminder. I was back on the board, a piece they could move again if needed. I stored it in a locked box, another ghost to share the space with me. I tried to call Lucia. The phone rang and rang in her cottage by the sea. She did not answer. I didn't leave a message. What was there to say? That I was free, that the past was buried. We both knew that was a fiction more elaborate than any we had ever built for the agency. The silence on the line was its own answer. Some doors once opened cannot be closed, but neither can you walk back through them. The landscape on the other side has changed forever. Miller called once, his voice a dry, administrative drone. The file on Francesco is officially closed. Natural causes, a tragic loss. He did not mention Boston. He did not mention the warehouse. It was as if the entire edifice of those final days had been digitally erased from the world's hard drive, leaving only the official, bland narrative. I thanked him and hung up. We were both curators of the same museum of lies. Months passed, the seasons turned. I took long walks, not as a frightened man, but as a man trying to remember how to inhabit his own skin. I avoided the library Francesco had visited. I never went back to the docks. I tried to read, but the words seemed to swim on the page, their meanings slippery and unreliable. One afternoon I found myself in a park I had never visited before. It was a small, tidy square with a fountain and benches occupied by pigeons and the elderly. I sat and watched the water cascade, a constant murmuring flow that spoke of neither the past nor the future, but only of its own endless present. An old man on the next bench nodded to me. I nodded back. There was a strange comfort in his anonymous, fleeting recognition. He saw a man on a bench, nothing more. He did not see the ghosts. That night, for the first time in years, I cooked a proper meal. I opened a bottle of wine that was not whiskey. I ate at the small table in my kitchen, and the clink of the fork on the plate was the only sound. It was not a happy silence, but it was a peaceful one. The gnawing had stopped, the fear had been collected, and the debt was paid. I thought about Carter, the sharp, quiet woman who had been the final instrument of the truth. I wondered if she slept well, if the cool professionalism ever cracked. I wondered if she saw the game for what it was, or if she was just a newer, more efficient model of Miller, building her own career on the foundation of other people's secrets. I suspected I would never know. We were ships that had passed in a storm, our brief collision already fading into the lore of the deep. The past did not let go, but its grip changed. It was no longer a chokehold, but a hand on my shoulder, a constant, weighty presence. I learned to carry it. I would wake in the night sometimes, the image of Boston falling, the surprise in his eyes flashing behind my own. But the horror was muted, distant, like watching a play from the very back row. One day I received a postcard. It was a picture of a turbulent sea under a gray sky. There was no message, no signature. The postmark was from a small coastal town. I held it for a long time, feeling the texture of the card, the gloss of the image. Then I placed it on the mantel, a small, rectangular window to a world that was, and perhaps still could be. It was not an answer. It was not a promise. It was simply a fact, a point on a map, and for now that was enough. The game was still being played somewhere by someone. But for the first time in a very long time, I was content to be a spectator. The postcard remained on the mantel, a silent siren call I did not yet have the courage to answer. My life settled into a new pattern, one of deliberate quiet. I began to frequent the park with the fountain regularly, becoming a familiar face to the pigeons and the old man, whose name I learned was Arthur. We never spoke of our lives before the park. We discussed the weather, the stubbornness of pigeons, and the quality of light on the water. It was the most honest relationship I had. Then on a Tuesday, the pattern broke. A woman sat down on the bench opposite mine. She was in her late 40s, dressed in a practical dark coat, and she held a book but did not read it. She simply watched me. Her gaze was not hostile, but it was direct and assessing. I felt the old instincts stir, the quiet hum of situational awareness returning. After 10 minutes, she stood and walked away, leaving a small, folded piece of paper on the bench. I waited until she was out of sight before I crossed the path and picked it up. It was a receipt from a nearby cafe, blank except for a single letter written in blue ink on the back. V. Veritas. The word was a key turning in a lock I had thought sealed forever. My heart was a cold, hard knot in my chest. I looked around the peaceful park, at Arthur feeding the birds, at the unchanging flow of the fountain. The facade of normalcy was paper-thin, and it had just been torn. I went to the cafe. It was a small, independent place with the smell of strong coffee and baked goods. She was sitting at a corner table, 2 cups of espresso already waiting. I sat down across from her. He had a daughter, she said without preamble. Her voice was low, educated. She stirred her coffee, though she had not added any sugar. Francesco, he never knew. My mother was a clerk at the embassy in Rome. It was a brief affair. I looked at her, searching for Francesco in her features. I saw the same dark, anxious eyes, the same slight build. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice carefully neutral. "He contacted me," she said, "a month before he died. He was scared, but he was also excited. He said he was going to clear his conscience. He said he was going to see the one man he ever respected from that life. He gave me a number to call if anything happened to him. He said to ask for you and to show you this." She placed a small, worn leather notebook on the table between us. "I only called after I read about his death, and then I read about yours. A tragic murder-suicide with an old rival. I knew that was a lie, so I waited and I watched." I did not touch the notebook. This is a dangerous inheritance. "It is all I have of him," she said, "and he wanted you to have it. He said you would know what to do. He called it the insurance policy. Not against Boston, but against the people behind Boston." The people behind Boston. The phrase landed like a stone in still water. Miller, Carter, the nameless, faceless architects of the official story. Boston was a brilliant actor, but he had a director. Francesco, in his fear and his guilt, had been smarter than any of us gave him credit for. I looked at the woman, at the fierce, sad determination in her eyes. She was a new piece on the board, a variable no one had accounted for, and she had just handed me a weapon. The game had not ended in the warehouse. It had simply been waiting for the next player to arrive. I picked up the notebook. It felt heavy, dense with secrets. The door was open again, and this time the ghost that stepped through was not from my past, but from Francesco's future. I paid for the coffees with cash and led her out of the cafe, taking a circuitous route back to my apartment. I watched the reflections in shop windows, the flow of pedestrian traffic, the idle cars. No one seemed to follow. The paranoia was a familiar coat, worn and uncomfortable, but it fit. Inside, with the door locked and the blinds drawn, I opened the notebook. Francesco's small, cramped handwriting filled every page. It was not a diary of feelings, but a ledger of facts, dates, times, code names, financial transfers. He had documented his initial recruitment by Boston, the setup in Prague, and then more recently the renewed contact, the pressure campaign, but it went further back than that. There were notes on other operations, other assets, a web of connections that stretched across decades. He had been a magpie, collecting shiny, dangerous pieces of information, perhaps for his own protection, or out of a scholar's habit of documentation. And there on the last written page was a name, not Miller, not Carter. A name I hadn't heard in 20 years, a man who had retired before I did, a man who had always been in the background, a master of budgets and bureaucratic warfare. Alistair Finch. He was the one who had authorized the Prague operation. He was the one who had ultimately benefited from the chaos it sowed, consolidating his power within a specific faction of the agency. Boston was his sword, but Finch was the hand that held it. Francesco's daughter, whose name was Alina, watched me read. She sat perfectly still on my sofa, her hands folded in her lap. "What does it mean?" she asked. "It means the story is bigger than I thought," I said. "It means Boston's theatrical finale was just the end of the second act. Francesco wasn't just killed to tie up a loose end from Prague. He was killed because he had started to connect dots that led all the way to the top. This notebook is a threat to a very powerful, very quiet man." "So what do we do?" The word we hung in the air between us. I looked at this stranger, this living legacy of a man I had failed, and felt the weight of a responsibility I had not asked for. I could burn the book. I could walk away. I could go back to the park and my conversations with Arthur and the silent postcard on my mantle. That was one path. The other was to step back into the labyrinth. I thought of Lucia, of the fragile peace I had forged. I thought of the gun in the lockbox, a promise of continued service. Then I thought of Boston and the arrogant certainty in his eyes that he had written my ending. He was wrong, and Finch, who thought he could orchestrate lives from an office, was even more wrong. "We do what your father wanted," I said, my voice quiet but firm. "We use it, not for revenge, for correction." A faint, grim smile touched her lips. "How?" Carefully, I said, "We don't go to the agency. That's his house. We go around it. There are other players, other interests, people who would find Finch's private empire very interesting." I spent the next 2 days photocopying the notebook, page by page. I stored the copies in safety deposit boxes in different banks under a false name I had maintained for decades. I gave one copy to Alina, with strict instructions on when and how to use it. The original I kept. My first move was not an attack, but a feint. I sent a single cryptic message through an old, nearly forgotten channel, a digital dead drop I was sure Finch's people still monitored. It contained only 2 words from the notebook, a code name and a date from a buried operation in Belgrade. It was a whisper, a tap on the shoulder from a ghost. The reaction was swift. 2 days later, Carter was standing outside my apartment building, her posture rigid, her face a careful blank. "We need to talk, Gage." I invited her up. She refused to sit, standing in the center of my living room like a soldier on duty. "That was a reckless move," she said. "You were stirring up mud that settled a long time ago." "It wasn't mud," I replied. "It was a body, and it is starting to smell. Tell Finch I am not interested in a war. I am interested in a retirement, a real one." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "I don't know what you Ray talking about." "Of course you do," I said. "You Ray his cleaner. You cleaned up Boston, but this is a bigger mess. I have the source material. Tell him I want a meeting. Neutral ground, just him and me." She studied me for a long moment, and I saw a flicker of something in her eyes, not anger, but a kind of professional respect. You playing a dangerous game, old man." "The game was always dangerous," I said. "I just finally have the rule book." She left without another word. The wait began. I looked at the postcard on the mantel, the turbulent gray sea. I thought about the quiet cottage by the water and the woman who might or might not be there. That future seemed farther away than ever, a dream receding on a tide of grim, present necessity. The door was not just open now, I had torn it from its hinges. And on the other side, instead of a single ghost, stood a whole gallery of them, waiting to see what I would do next. The meeting was set for a private club in the city, a place of dark wood and hushed tones, where the air smelled of old money and older secrets. I arrived early, was led to a secluded library, and told to wait. I didn't sit. I stood by the fireplace, looking at the portraits of stern-faced men, wondering which of them had been players in their own forgotten games. Alistair Finch entered exactly on time. He was older, of course, his hair a distinguished silver, his suit impeccably tailored. But the eyes were the same, cool and calculating, devoid of the theatrical flair that had defined Boston. He was a banker, not an actor. "Gage," he said, his voice a soft, dry rustle. I had hoped we were done with this unpleasantness. "We are," I said, "as soon as you agree to my terms." He gestured to a pair of leather armchairs. We sat, a low table between us. There was no offer of a drink. "You have something that belongs to me," he began. "It belongs to a dead man," I corrected him. "And now it belongs to me. Copies are in safe hands. If anything happens to me or to Elena Conti, they go to the Washington Post, the Times, and 3 competing intelligence agencies." He steepled his fingers, a gesture of patience he did not feel. "I could have you disappeared before you left this room." "You could try," I said, "but the mess would be substantial. You're a man who prefers clean ledgers. I am offering you a way to balance the books." "And what is it you want? A pardon, a pension?" "I want you to resign," I said, effective immediately. "A vague, lingering illness. You will recommend Miller as your successor." He actually laughed, a short, humorless sound. "Miller, he is a competent functionary. He lacks vision. He is also predictable, and he owes you nothing. He'll be so busy consolidating his own power he won't look too closely at the skeletons in your closet. That is the deal. You walk away quietly, and the ledger stays closed." "And the girl? She vanishes. You never knew she existed." He studied me for a long time, his gaze weighing the cost of refusal. He was a pragmatist. Boston was a tool he had broken and discarded. I was simply a new variable in a risk assessment. "You've changed, Gage," he said finally. "You were always stubborn, but you lacked audacity. Losing everything has a way of clarifying your priorities," I replied. He stood up, smoothing the front of his suit jacket. The motion was final. "The resignation will be on the director's desk by noon tomorrow." This conversation never happened. He walked out of the library, leaving me alone with the ghosts of the portraits. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The deal was struck. It wasn't justice, not in any pure sense. It was a transaction, a life for a life, a career for a secret. It was the only kind of victory the game ever allowed. A week later, the news broke. Alistair Finch was stepping down for health reasons. Miller was named as the interim director. I watched the announcement on a small television in my kitchen. Miller looked appropriately grave, his voice full of humble determination. The game went on. That afternoon, I packed a single bag. I took the postcard from the mantel and slipped it into my pocket. I left the apartment key on the table and did not look back. I drove east, toward the coast, toward the turbulent sea in the photograph. I didn't know if Lucia would be there. I didn't know if the cottage was empty or if she would even speak to me. It didn't matter. The choice to go was the only thing that was mine. I found the cottage at the end of a winding lane, perched on a cliff overlooking the water. It was painted a faded blue, and the garden was wild with autumn flowers. I parked the car and walked to the gate, my heart a steady, determined drum in my chest. The door opened before I reached it. She stood there, older, her hair streaked with more gray, but her eyes held the same quiet strength. She didn't smile, but she didn't close the door either. "I'm done," I said. "The game is over." She looked at me for a long time, her gaze taking in the man I had become. Finally, she stepped back, a silent invitation. "Come in," she said. "The kettle is on." I crossed the threshold and the door closed behind me, not on a past, but on a possibility. The sea wind rattled the windows, a constant murmuring presence. It was not an ending and it was not an answer. It was simply the next room. The tea was bitter, brewed strong the way she had always liked it. We sat in her small kitchen, the sound of the wind and the distant crash of waves filling the silence between us. There was no need for the frantic explanations of before. The years had sanded down our edges, made us patient. She asked no questions about where I had been or what I had done. I offered no excuses. We simply were two people in a room, sharing a pot of tea. After a while, she showed me to a small room at the back of the cottage. It had a narrow bed, a simple wooden chair, and a window that looked out over the churning water. "This is yours if you want it," she said, "for now. There are no promises here, Michael, only the sea and the quiet." I put my bag on the chair. It was more than enough. The days began to blend, marked only by the weather and the tides. I rose early and walked the cliff path. I helped Lucia with the garden, pulling weeds and trimming back the overgrowth. In the afternoons, I read old books from her shelves or simply watched the water. The peace was not the fragile, manufactured quiet of my city apartment. This was a deeper silence, earned and elemental. One evening, as we sat by the fire, she spoke of the postcard. "I didn't know if you would come," she said. "I almost didn't send it. It felt like a betrayal of the life I had built here without you." "It wasn't a summons," I said. "It was a landmark. It helped me find my way." She nodded, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "And the girl, Elena." "Safe," I said. "She understood the need to disappear. She has her own life to build, free of her father's shadows." It was the one clean outcome in the whole messy affair. It turned into a month. I received a single, untraceable email on a secure device. It was from Carter. It contained only a link to a news article. The headline announced that the interim directorship had been made permanent for Miller, citing his steady hand during a time of transition. The body of the article contained a single, buried sentence. "The appointment follows the unexpected retirement of longtime analyst Joseph Carter, who has left to pursue opportunities in the private sector." I closed the link. Carter had gotten her exit too. The board was being reset. I showed the email to Lucia. She read it, her expression unreadable. "So it's truly over then?" "As over as it ever will be," I replied. The next morning I walked into the small town and bought a postcard of my own. It showed the same view from the cliff path, the sea a dramatic slash of gray and white under a brooding sky. I wrote no message. I simply addressed it to Arthur, care of the Park Conservancy. I knew he would understand. It was not a call to action. It was a signal, a single flare sent up from the quiet to say that I had, against all odds, found a shore. I dropped it in the mailbox and walked back toward the cottage. The wind was cold, carrying the salt smell of the sea. Ahead I could see Lucia standing in the garden, her coat pulled tight around her. She lifted a hand in a slow wave. I raised my own in return. The game was behind me. The vast, gray, and endless horizon was ahead. I kept walking. The first frost came, silvering the garden and hardening the ground. It felt like a line being drawn, a final end to the old season. I bought a heavier coat in the village and took to walking the cliffs even when the weather turned, the wind biting at my face. It was a good kind of pain, a feeling of being alive in a body that had been, for so long, just a tool for a purpose. Lucia and I developed a new language, one made of small gestures and shared chores. I would chop wood and she would point to where it should be stacked. She would cook a stew and I would wash the bowls. We spoke of books, of the stubbornness of certain roses, of the fishing boats we saw from the cliff. We did not speak of the past. It was a mutual, unspoken agreement. The past was a country we had both escaped, and there was no sense in drawing maps. One afternoon, I found her standing at the window of my room, looking at the postcard from Arthur I had propped on the sill. "He sent one back," she said, without turning around. "It's on the table." I went to the kitchen. The postcard was of a tropical bird, vivid and out of place against our gray world. On the back, in Arthur's sprawling hand, was a single sentence. "Glad you found a better view." I smiled. It was his blessing. I felt a shift then, not in the world, but in myself. The constant, low-grade hum of vigilance that had been my baseline for decades had finally gone silent. There was no one to watch for, no threat to assess. The silence was no longer something to be endured, but something to be inhabited. That night, over a simple meal of bread and soup, Lucia looked across the table at me. "What will you do when spring comes?" she asked. The question was larger than it seemed. It was about commitment, about a future longer than a single season. I looked at her, at the fine lines around her eyes that spoke of years of resilience, and I knew my answer was not about the garden or the house, but about the woman sitting in it. "I'll be here," I said, "if you'll have me." She considered this, her spoon resting in her bowl. "This was always your home, Michael. You just took a long time finding your way back to it." We cleaned the kitchen in a comfortable silence. Later, as I lay in the narrow bed listening to the relentless push and pull of the sea, I thought of Francesco. I hoped, wherever he was, that he had some measure of peace, knowing his daughter was safe and his ledger had been settled. His ghost at last could rest. The next morning I awoke to a strange quiet. The wind had died down. I dressed and went outside. The world was hushed, blanketed in a thick, soft fog. The edge of the cliff was invisible, the sea below silent and unseen. I could only see a dozen paces in any direction. The cottage, the garden, the path, they were all that existed. Lucia came to stand beside me, her shoulder lightly touching mine. We stood together in the quiet gray, two figures at the edge of a vanished world, with no need to see what lay beyond. The fog held for 3 days, a soft, white shroud that muted everything. We stayed close to the cottage, our world reduced to the sound of our own voices and the crackle of the fire. It was a peculiar kind of peace, a forced intimacy that felt neither forced nor intrusive. On the 4th morning, a slow, golden light broke through, burning the mist away until the sea reappeared, choppy and brilliant blue. It was on that clear, sharp afternoon that the car came, a dark, nondescript sedan that moved too slowly up the lane. My body recognized the threat before my mind did, the old instincts flaring to life like a dormant nerve. I was on my feet, standing at the garden gate, before the car had even come to a complete stop. The driver's door opened and Carter got out. She was dressed in civilian clothes, dark trousers, a simple jacket, but her posture was all business. She didn't approach, just stood by the car, her hands visible at her sides. Lucia came out of the cottage and stood beside me, her presence a silent question. "It's all right," I said, though I wasn't sure it was. I walked toward the car. Carter nodded, a curt, professional acknowledgement. "I am not here on official business, Gage." "Then why are you here?" I asked. "He's gone," she said. "Finch had a stroke 2 days ago. He's in a private facility. He's not expected to regain speech or motor function." I absorbed this. The universe, it seemed, had its own sense of finality. A quiet, clinical end for a quiet, clinical man, I see. She looked past me at the cottage, at Lucia, at the vast expanse of sea. "You got what you wanted." "We got what we needed," I corrected her. "There's a difference." A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. "Maybe. Miller is consolidating power faster than anyone expected. He's purging Finch's old guard. It's a new world." "And you," I asked, "your private sector opportunities?" I am considering them, she said. It's quieter, but not without its interests. She looked directly at me then, and for a second I saw something other than the polished operative, a flicker of the person she might have been before the agency shaped her. I just wanted you to know, so you could stop looking over your shoulder. Consider this my way of balancing my own ledger. With that, she got back in the car. She didn't say goodbye. She simply turned the car around and drove back down the lane, disappearing as quickly as she had come. I walked back to the garden gate where Lucia waited. She didn't ask who it was or what was said. She simply looped her arm through mine and turned us both back toward the cottage. "He gone," I said, the words feeling true for the first time. "Good," she replied, her voice soft but firm. "Now he's a ghost for someone else to worry about." We went inside and I closed the door. This time it felt different. It wasn't just closing out the weather or the world. It was closing a book, not with a slam, but with a gentle, final click. The story was over. Our story, whatever it would be, was just beginning on the next blank page. The winter was long and hard, but we were warm. I learned the patterns of the house, the way the light fell in the sitting room in the late afternoon, the particular step on the stairs that creaked. I learned Lucia's rhythms too, her quiet mornings with a book, her fierce concentration when she was pruning a rose bush. We were two solitary creatures learning to share a space, and the process was slow and careful and kind. One day in early spring, I was in the shed looking for a trowel when I found an old wooden box tucked away on a high shelf. It was heavy. I brought it inside and set it on the kitchen table. Lucia watched me, her expression unreadable. "I think that's yours," she said. I opened it. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth, was a pistol. Beside it were stacks of currency, several passports, and a single encrypted burner phone. It was my old go bag, the one I had assembled over a lifetime of paranoia. I had forgotten it existed. Lucia must have taken it from my old apartment, another thread of my past she had quietly gathered and held for me. I looked at the contents, these relics of a dead life. They felt like artifacts in a museum, tools from a trade I could barely remember. I picked up the pistol, its weight both familiar and alien. Then I placed it back in the box. "We can burn it," Lucia said, "or throw it all into the sea." I shook my head. "No, we'll keep it." Her eyebrows rose slightly, a question in her eyes. "Not for me," I said, "for us. It's a reminder, not of what we were, but of what we walked away from. It's the lock on the door we closed." She considered this, then gave a slow nod. "All right, we'll keep it." I closed the lid and carried the box back to the shed. I placed it on the same high shelf, a dormant piece of history. When I returned to the kitchen, Lucia was at the window, looking out at the garden where the first green shoots were pushing through the dark soil. "The earth is turning over," she said. "It's time to plant." I stood beside her, watching the new growth, feeling the sun warm on my face. The past was a locked box in a dusty shed. The future was a garden waiting for seeds. For the first time in my life, I was exactly where I was supposed to be, and the horizon was no longer a threat but a promise. I picked up the trowel and followed her outside. The soil was cool and damp in my hands, rich with the promise of things to come. We worked until our backs ached, until the sun dipped low and painted the sky in shades of orange and violet. There was no talk of ghosts or guns or the gray world we had left behind. There was only the earth, the seeds, and the steady, reliable presence of the woman working beside me. Later, as we washed the dirt from our hands at the outdoor pump, she turned to me. Her face was lined with fatigue and contentment. "I am glad you stayed, Michael." "I am too," I said, and I meant it with a certainty that went deeper than any vow I had ever taken. That night sleep came easily, a deep and dreamless rest. I awoke with the dawn, not from habit or fear, but from a simple, quiet readiness for the day. The sea was calm, a vast sheet of glass reflecting the pale morning light. I put the kettle on and waited for the sound of her footsteps on the stairs. AIM was over, the ledger was closed, and my life, my real life, had finally quietly begun. The footsteps came, and we drank our tea watching the gulls wheel over the water. There were no grand plans made that day or the next. We simply lived. I fixed the loose hinge on the garden gate. She taught me the names of the flowers she deplanted years ago. The days were no longer things to be endured or strategized through. They were simply lived, one after the other, a gentle, accumulating rhythm. A month later, a letter arrived with no return address. The postmark was from a city I hadn't thought about in a long time. Inside was a single key and a slip of paper with an address written in a neat, unfamiliar hand. I showed it to Lucia. She studied it for a moment, then looked at me. "It's your choice," she said, "but you don't have to go alone." We drove there the next day, a long silence stretching between us that was more thoughtful than tense. The address was for a storage unit on the outskirts of a quiet town. I slid the key into the lock and rolled up the door. The unit was small and cold, containing only one item, a sealed cardboard box. I used my pocket knife to slit the tape. Inside were files, photographs, a stack of handwritten journals. On top lay a note from Carter. He kept his own records. "I thought you should have the choice of what to do with them. No one else knows." I picked up one of the journals. Finch's precise, elegant script filled the pages. It was a confession, a history, a meticulous accounting of every compromise, every betrayal. It was everything I could have ever wanted to destroy him with, delivered after the fact. I closed the box. Lucia was watching me, her expression calm. "We could burn it," she said, echoing her words from months before. I thought about it. I thought about the catharsis of watching that cold, calculated history turn to ash. But then I thought of Alina, of the others whose lives were tallied in those pages. This wasn't just my story to end. "No," I said, "we'll keep this too. Not as a weapon, as a record, so it isn't forgotten." We loaded the box into the car and drove back to the coast. I didn't open it again. We stored it in the shed, next to the box containing my old life. 2 locked boxes, 2 different kinds of silence. That evening we walked the cliff path as a soft rain began to fall. It soaked our hair and our clothes, but we didn't hurry. We walked until the cottage lights were a distant, hazy glow in the mist. Lucia reached for my hand. Her grasp was firm and sure. We stood there in the rain, 2 silhouettes against the vast, gray sea, holding on to the quiet, holding on to each other, finally and completely free. Story 5. The first thing she felt was the silk. It was cold and heavy, a river of frozen blue sliding between her fingers. It should have felt like a victory. For 3 years, this bolt of fabric had been a grail, a color she'd seen in a dream of a better life. Now it lay across the cutting table in the back room of her shop, Kendall-esque dressmaking and alterations, and the sensation of it under her work-roughened fingertips was all wrong. It felt like a shroud. Outside, the rain fell on Chicago in a relentless gray drizzle. It was the kind of rain that smelled of wet coal and forgotten promises, a 1934 rain that seeped into the bones of the city and the souls of its people. Inside the shop, it was warm, smelling of steam and new cloth and the faint, floral ghost of Kendall-esque perfume. She was a woman built of angles and resolve, her face a map of long nights and hard choices. At 38, she looked both older and ageless, her eyes the color of a winter sky, holding a story she never told. The bell above the door chimed, a thin, desperate sound. Kendall did not look up, her hands still smoothing the impossible blue silk. She knew the step. It was her daughter, Alexis. The rhythm of it, a sharp, deliberate click of heels on the wooden floor, was a language all its own. It spoke of impatience, of a hunger that the small world of the shop could never satisfy. "It's here," Alexis said. Her voice was not a statement, but an accusation. She came to stand beside the table, her reflection a pale, beautiful smudge in the dark window glass. At 19, she was the perfect, polished inverse of her mother. Where Kendall was strength, Alexis was a delicate blade. Her hair was the color of spun gold, her features a masterpiece of cold perfection. She reached out, not to touch the silk, but to claim it, her fingers hovering just above its surface. "It is for Mrs. Henderson's gown," Kendall said, her voice low and even. "It is not for touching." "Everything is for touching, Mother, if you are brave enough to take it." Alexis finally let her fingers drift down, a whisper against the cold fabric. "It is perfect. It will look perfect on me." Kendall's hands stilled. "It is not for you." "Nothing ever is," Alexis replied, her smile a small, sharp thing. "That is the lesson, isn't it, that we must make do with scraps while you sow a future for other people's daughters." The words hung in the air, another stitch in the silent war that had been their lives since Abram left. He had vanished one Tuesday, a weak man made weaker by the weight of a failing world, leaving Kendall with 2 girls, a mountain of debt, and a singular burning determination. She had built this business from her own hands, from a single sewing machine in a cold water flat to this small, respectable shop on a street that was slowly remembering prosperity. Every stitch was a prayer, every finished seam a wall against the chaos. For Malia, her youngest, it was a sanctuary. For Alexis, it was a prison. Malia was the quiet one, a girl of 15 with her father's soft eyes and a fragility that made Kendall's heart clench. She spent her afternoons in the corner of the shop, reading or sketching, a silent witness to the tension that crackled between her mother and sister. She was the only thing that could soften Alexis, the only person for whom the older sister's voice would lose its edge. The back door opened, letting in a gust of damp air and Julius. He was a man who carried the scent of tobacco in the stockyards, a broad-shouldered presence that filled the small room. He was Kendall's partner, her salesman, the one who could charm the wholesale fabric merchants and the society ladies alike. His relationship with Kendall was a carefully stitched seam itself, a blend of business, passion, and an unspoken understanding that they were both survivors. "The Henderson account is settled," he said, his eyes going from Kendall's tense face to Alexis's defiant posture. He offered a slow, easy smile, a peace offering. She paid in full, even added a little extra for the rush. Alexis made a sound, a soft exhalation of contempt. "How noble, a little extra. We can almost afford to dream." "Alexis," Kendall said, her voice a warning. "I am going out," Alexis announced, turning from the table as if the silk had suddenly become common. "Dante, wait up." She left, the bell chiming her exit like a funeral toll. The room felt heavier without her, the silence thick and uncomfortable. "She is restless," Julius said, stating the obvious. "She is ungrateful," Kendall corrected, her hands finally leaving the silk to fist at her sides. "She sees everything I've built as an insult, as if my success is a personal failure of hers. She is young, she wants her own life." "This is her life," Kendall whispered, looking around the shop, at the dresses form-shaped like headless women, at the spools of thread lined up like soldiers. "This is the life I built so she could have one." Later that night, after Julius had gone and Malia was asleep, Kendall sat alone in the stillness. The shop was her kingdom and her confessional. She could still feel the ghost of the silk on her fingers, that cold, smooth texture that had started it all. It felt like a premonition. The rain had stopped, leaving the city in a hushed, dripping silence. In the quiet, she could almost hear the past, the echo of Abram's defeated footsteps walking away, the sound of her own heart hammering as she decided to fight back. She had won that war against despair. But the war with Alexis, that was a different kind of battle, fought in the shadows of their home, with words left unsaid and looks that could cut deeper than any knife. The days blurred into a rhythm of work and tension. Kendall took on more commissions, pushing herself and her small staff of 2 other seamstresses to their limits. She was building a fortress of financial security, brick by brick, dollar by dollar. Alexis became a ghost in the house, appearing for meals with a silent, simmering resentment, then disappearing into the Chicago night. She spoke of new friends, of parties in neighborhoods Kendall had only heard of in worried whispers. She came home with the scent of cheap perfume and expensive gin on her clothes, her eyes glittering with secrets. Malia began to fade, a quiet echo of her sister's turmoil. She watched the conflict with a kind of terrified fascination, her sketches becoming darker, filled with twisted figures and looming shadows. The breaking point came on a night etched in fire and ice. Kendall had been working late on the Henderson gown, the blue silk finally yielding to her hands, becoming something beautiful under the sharp, silver eye of the needle. Julius was there, sharing a bottle of whiskey, their conversation a low, intimate murmur. The back door burst open. It was Alexis, her face flushed with cold and fury. Her eyes, the same winter sky color as her mother's, were wild. "I saw him," she spat, the words slurring slightly. "I saw your precious Julius, at the Silver Slipper, with a blonde on his arm who wasn't you." The room went very still. Julius stood up, his face a careful mask. "Alexis, you ray drunk. You don't know what you ray talking about." "Don't I?" She laughed, a harsh, broken sound. "I know a rat when I see one. He has been skimming from the books, mother, talking to competitors. He has using you. He has always been using you." Kendall looked from her daughter's ravaged face to Julius's suddenly guarded one. She felt the world tilt, the foundations of her hard-won stability cracking. "Is it true, Julius?" He didn't deny it, he just looked at her, and in his eyes she saw the same weary opportunism she had seen in Abraham's eyes all those years ago. A different man, the same weakness. It's a hard world, Kendall. A man has to look out for himself. The confrontation that followed was a storm of shattered glass and broken trust. Julius left, taking with him a portion of the business's capital and the last vestiges of Kendall's faith in anyone but herself. In the devastating quiet that followed, Alexis stood triumphant, her expression a mixture of vindication and a strange, profound loss. "I told you," she said, her voice quiet now. "I told you they all leave, or they betray you. The only thing that matters is what you can hold in your own hands." Kendall looked at her daughter, truly looked at her, and for the first time she did not see a petulant child. She saw a rival, a mirror, someone just as ruthless, just as determined to survive, but without the anchor of a mother's love. The realization was colder than the silk, sharper than any needle. The next week was a haze of damage control. Kendall worked with a frantic, silent energy, salvaging accounts, reassuring clients. She was a fortress under siege, and she manned the walls alone. She noticed Malia's increased quiet, her pallor, but filed it away as worry, another problem to be solved when the crisis had passed. Then on a Tuesday, the same day of the week Abraham had left, the police came. 2 detectives in worn suits, their hats in their hands, their faces grave. There had been an accident, a fall. Malia was dead. The world dissolved into a nightmare of blurred faces and muffled sounds. The funeral was a small, grim affair. Kendall moved through it like an automaton, her grief a solid, icy weight in her chest. Alexis was eerily composed, a statue of perfect sorrow, her arm linked through her mother's, a portrait of supportive daughterhood, but her grip was like iron. The official story was that Malia, a sleepwalker, had fallen from the fire escape of their apartment above the shop. She had been found on the cobblestones below, her nightgown fluttering around her like a wounded bird. It was a tragedy, a terrible, senseless accident. But Kendall knew, the knowledge settled in her bones, a cold, certain dread. Malia had never sleepwalked a day in her life. The investigation was perfunctory. A tired detective asked tired questions. There were no signs of a struggle. The gate on the fire escape was old, the latch unreliable. It was, they concluded, a tragic accident. Case closed. Kendall did not close the case. She became her own investigator, a silent, haunted figure moving through the wreckage of her life. She replayed every moment of the last few months, every hissed argument, every look of venomous hatred from Alexis. She remembered the night of the confrontation with Julius, the way Alexis had looked triumphant, but also hollow, as if she had destroyed something she needed. She searched Malia's room, her fingers trembling as they brushed against her daughter's things. She found the sketchbook. The last drawings were not of twisted figures, but of two faces drawn over and over again. One was Kendall's, rendered with a loving, delicate hand. The other was Alexis's, but distorted, the beautiful features pulled into a mask of terrifying rage. On the final page, there was a single sentence written in Malia's looping script. She said she would push me. The words were not a shout, but a whisper from the grave. They filled the room, the shop, the whole of Kendall's world. She saw it then not as a blur, but with a horrifying clarity. The argument on the fire escaped. Malia trying to defend her mother, to calm her sister. Alexis, her rage a living thing, fueled by jealousy, by a twisted sense of betrayal, by the unshakable belief that Malia was the favorite, the good daughter, the one who got the love Alexis craved and rejected in the same breath. A shove, a moment of irreversible violence, not premeditated but no less murderous. Kendall sat on her daughter's bed, the sketchbook in her lap, and she understood. There would be no justice. There was no evidence, only a mother's terrible certainty. To expose Alexis would be to destroy the only family she had left, to make a public spectacle of their private rot. It would be the final failure. She confronted Alexis not with shouts or accusations, but with a quiet, devastating calm. She simply held up the sketchbook, open to the final page. Alexis looked at it, and for a fleeting second, raw, animal terror flashed in her eyes. Then it was gone, replaced by a wall of cool defiance. She was disturbed, Mother. You were so busy working, you never noticed. She was always making up stories. I know what you did, Kendall said, her voice barely a whisper. You know nothing, Alexis replied, her chin held high. You live in this little world you've built, and you think you see everything. But you were blind. You were blind to Julius. You were blind to Malia's instability. And you were blind to the truth now. And Kendall saw that this was the victory Alexis had always wanted. Not just to win, but to be seen as the strong one, the survivor, the one who understood the brutal rules of the world. To have her mother look at her, finally, and acknowledge her power, even if it was the power of a monster. The days turned into a new, terrible kind of normal. The shop reopened. Kendall sewed. Alexis managed the front, her beauty and charm a magnet for new clients. They were a team, mother and daughter, building their future together. They never spoke of Malia. They never spoke of that night. Their life became a performance, a play staged for an audience of no one. One evening, months later, Kendall was alone in the back, working on a dress of simple black wool. The shop was silent. She looked up and caught her reflection in the dark window. She saw her own face, aged by grief and secrets. And for a moment the reflection shifted, and she saw not herself, but the investigator of her own tragedy. She saw a woman who had investigated the crime, followed the clues of character and circumstance, and arrived at the undeniable truth. And in that moment she also saw the culprit, not just Alexis in the reflection, but herself. Her own reflection stared back, a silent accomplice. She had built her business on sacrifice, on a love so fierce it became a weapon. She had created the world that forged Alexis's ambition and nurtured Malia's fragility. Her dedication had been a wall, her love a cage. She had been so busy fighting the world for them, she had failed to see the war she had created within them. She had pursued the truth, and the truth had led her here, to this silent room, to this shared guilt, to this life sentence of complicity. She was the detective who had solved the case and the guardian who had failed to prevent it. She was the victor and the vanquished. She picked up her needle. The rhythm of her sewing was the only sound, a steady, hypnotic beat in the quiet room. In and out, push and pull, a stitch in time, a suture over a wound that would never heal. She sewed, and outside the city went on with its own life, its own secrets, oblivious to the small, perfect hell she had built and now inhabited, a prison of her own making, shared with the daughter she had created and the ghost of the one she had lost. The investigator recognized her role in the events, and the recognition was not a shock, but a quiet, terrible weight she would carry for the rest of her days. She picked up the black dress and continued her work, her face in the window a portrait of silent acknowledgement. The black wool was coarse and honest under her fingers, a stark contrast to the memory of the silk. Each stitch was a penance. She could feel Alexis moving through the front of the shop, a contained storm of satisfaction. The business was thriving. Alexis had a knack for it, a cold, calculating charm that opened wallets and secured loyalties. She was, Kendall had to admit, a better businesswoman than she had ever been. Kendall had built the foundation with sweat and grit, but Alexis was building an empire on it with ice and ambition. They developed a new language, one of nods and brief, necessary statements about orders and invoices. The McAllister wedding party needs their final fitting on Thursday. I've secured the exclusive on that French lace. It was a language devoid of past or future, existing only in the transactional present. At night, they ate dinner in the apartment above the shop, the clink of cutlery the only conversation. The space that had once held Malia's quiet presence now held a vacuum, a silence so profound it seemed to suck the air from the room. One evening, Alexis broke the ritual. She put down her fork and looked directly at her mother. We should expand, open a second location, on the Magnificent Mile. Kendall looked up, the food in her mouth turning to ash. The Magnificent Mile was a world away, a place of glittering windows and unspoken aspirations. It was everything Alexis had ever wanted. We can't afford it. We can, Alexis said, her voice flat. I've run the numbers. With a loan against the business, we can do it. We'll call it Kendall and Daughter. She said the last words without a trace of irony, as if it were a simple, factual name, stripped of all its terrible history. Kendall felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach. This was the final step, the ultimate act of rewriting their story. To build a future on the grave of the past, to profit from the name of the daughter she had lost and the one who had taken her. It was a monstrosity. It was also, she saw with chilling clarity, the logical conclusion of her own life's work. She had taught Alexis, by example, that survival was everything, that sentiment was a luxury they could not afford. I won't agree to it, Kendall said, but her voice lacked conviction. It was the protest of a ghost. Alexis smiled, a small, cold movement of her lips. You don't have to agree. I've already spoken to the bank. Your signature is on the original business papers. Mine is on the new loan application. It's already in motion. Kendall stared at her. The investigation was over, but the crime continued. The culprit was not just remorseless. She was productive. She was building a legacy from the ashes. The following week, the eviction notice came. It was for the old man, Mr. Gable, who ran the tiny bookshop next door. His rent had been doubled. He stood on their doorstep, his hat in his hands, his eyes rheumy with confusion and despair. I don't understand, he kept saying. I've been here 20 years. Kendall felt a surge of protective fury. She went to find Alexis, who was on the telephone, her voice bright and ruthless. Yes, of course, we'll take the space, she was saying. We need it for the expansion. When she hung up, Kendall confronted her. You're pushing out Mr. Gable for the new shop. It's adjacent space, Mother. It's perfect for a connecting doorway. It's just business. Alexis looked at her, and for the first time, Kendall saw a flicker of something else in her eyes, not guilt, but a challenge. This is what you wanted, isn't it? For us to be successful, to be strong. You can't build something without breaking something else. You taught me that. And Kendall was silent because it was true. She had broken her own spirit, her marriage, her family, on the altar of survival. She had taught the lesson too well. The day the movers came for Mr. Gable's books, Kendall watched from the window. She saw the old man pat a stack of novels goodbye, his shoulders slumped in defeat. She saw Alexis on the sidewalk, directing the construction crew with sharp, efficient gestures. She was no longer just the culprit or the rival. She was the architect of their new, terrible world. Kendall turned from the window and walked to the back room. She did not go to her sewing. Instead, she went to a locked trunk and took out Malia's sketchbook. She traced the looping script of the final sentence. She had thought the investigation was over, that she had reached the final, awful truth, but she had been wrong. The truth was not a single, static thing. It was a living, breathing entity that grew and changed. The truth was that she was not just an investigator or a victim or an accomplice. She was the foundation. She was the soil in which the poison had grown, and the investigation was not over. It would never be over. It would continue every day, in every stitch she sewed, in every silent meal, in every success of the business that was now their shared prison. The case was closed to the world, but for her, the interrogation light was always on, and the face in the mirror was both the question and the answer. She closed the sketchbook, the soft thud of the cover a final sound in the quiet room. There were no more clues to find, no more evidence to gather. The only thing left was the sentence, and she was living it. The construction next door began, a relentless pounding of hammers and whine of saws that shook their shared walls. Alexis was in her element, her energy ferocious, her focus absolute. She brought home swatches of velvet and brocade for the new location, holding them up for Kendall's approval with a mocking formality. Kendall would give a curt nod, her opinion meaningless, her presence a required formality. One afternoon, a delivery arrived for the new shop. It was a large, flat crate. Alexis pried it open with a crowbar, her movements eager. Inside, cushioned by straw, was a massive, ornate mirror, its frame a tangle of gilded leaves and vines. "For the lobby," Alexis said, her voice full of pride, "so the clients can see themselves in the full glory of our creations." She directed the movers to position it against the bare brick wall. When they left, she stood before it, smoothing her dress, admiring her reflection. She looked triumphant, powerful, complete. Kendall watched from the doorway. She saw her daughter, beautiful and terrible, and she saw the reflection of the room behind her, a chaotic space of potential and destruction. And then she saw herself, a pale, graying figure in the background, hovering on the threshold. Alexis's eyes met her mother's in the glass. "Come, mother," she said, her voice echoing slightly in the empty space. "See what we've built." Kendall took a few steps forward until she stood beside her daughter. Their two faces were side by side in the mirror, a study in contrasts. Alexis, vibrant and cold. Kendall, faded and weary. The gilded frame encased them like a portrait of a royal family steeped in blood and secrets. "We didn't build this, Alexis," Kendall said, her voice quiet but clear. "You did." Alexis's smile in the reflection was sharp enough to cut. "I learned from the best." And in that moment, Kendall accepted her sentence. There would be no dramatic confession, no tearful reconciliation, no justice. There was only this, a shared life, a shared business, a shared guilt. She was the keeper of the truth, and the truth was a cage. Her investigation had not brought peace or resolution. It had only confirmed the nature of the prison. She turned from the mirror and walked back toward the familiar scent of thread and fabric in her own shop. The pounding from next door was a frantic heartbeat, the sound of the future being hammered into place. She picked up a half-finished cuff and threaded a needle. The rhythm of her work began again, a steady, familiar pulse in the chaos. In and out, push and pull, a stitch in time. She sewed not to build a fortress anymore, but to mend the endless, frayed edges of the silence she now shared with her daughter, the only family she had left. The new location opened on a Thursday. The air smelled of fresh paint and ambition. A crowd milled about, sipping champagne, their voices a low, appreciative hum. Alexis moved through them, a vision in a dress of her own design, her laughter a bright, calculated sound. Kendall stood near the back, a ghost at the feast. She watched the clients preen before the gilded mirror, their faces softening with pleasure at their own reflections. They saw only beauty and promise. They did not see the foundation of bones upon which it was built. A woman, a prominent socialite, drifted over to her. "Your daughter is a force of nature," she gushed. "To build all this, you must be so proud." Kendall looked at the woman, at her unlined face and easy smile. She felt the words, "She killed her sister," form on her tongue, a bitter pill she could force the world to swallow. But the world did not want bitter pills. It wanted beautiful dresses and charming daughters and success stories. Yes, Kendall said, the word tasting of dust, a force of nature. Later, after the last guest had departed, they were alone in the glittering silence of the new shop. Alexis was counting the evening's take, her fingers flying over the cash. She did not look up as she spoke. We exceeded projections by 40%. Kendall did not reply. She was looking at the mirror. In its vast, clear surface, she could see the entire room reflected, a perfect, beautiful lie. She saw the empty champagne flutes, the discarded napkins, the lingering scent of perfume. And she saw herself, a small, dark figure in a world of gold and light. Alexis finally looked up, following her mother's gaze. It's a good mirror, isn't it? It shows you exactly what you are. No, Kendall said, her voice barely a whisper. It shows you exactly what you want to see. A flicker of irritation crossed Alexis's face. She stood and walked over to the mirror, standing directly before it. I see success, I see strength, I see the future. She turned to face her mother, her back to her own reflection. You can stand there in the shadows and judge me all you want, but I'm the one who saved us. I'm the one who made your life's work mean something. Kendall finally moved from her spot. She walked toward her daughter, not stopping until she was close enough to see the faint, almost invisible lines of tension around her mouth. You didn't save us, Alexis. You buried us. You just built a prettier grave. For a long moment they stood there, the space between them charged with all the things that would never be said. The accusation hung in the air, a ghost they both acknowledged but would never name. Then Alexis turned back to the mirror. She smoothed her hair, her expression settling back into its mask of cool control. The first fitting for the Henderson bride is at 9 tomorrow morning. Don't be late. She walked away, her heels clicking sharply on the polished floor, leaving Kendall alone with the reflection. Kendall looked into the glass and she saw not a victor or a victim, not an investigator or an accomplice, but simply a mother. A mother standing in a beautiful, empty room, the truth a shard of ice in her heart, forever frozen, forever sharp. The case was closed, the evidence was in, and the life sentence had begun. There was nothing left to do but serve it, one silent, perfect day at a time. The click of the door as Alexis left was the period at the end of the sentence. Kendall remained, the silence of the new shop pressing in on her, so much heavier than the familiar quiet of the old one. This silence was expensive, bought and paid for. Her eyes traveled the room, over the gleaming racks and the plush seating, and came to rest again on the mirror. It was then she noticed a slight warp in the glass near the bottom left corner, a distortion in the gilded foliage. From this angle, her own reflection was elongated and twisted, a funhouse version of herself. It was the only imperfection in the entire, pristine space. She thought of Malia's drawings, the way she would sometimes exaggerate a feature, a nose or a chin, to capture a hidden truth. This flaw in the mirror felt like a message, a last, subtle protest from the daughter who could no longer speak. The next morning she was at her station by 8, her hands moving on autopilot. The Henderson bride was young, flushed with excitement, her mother hovering nervously. As Kendall pinned the hem, she listened to their easy chatter about flower arrangements and honeymoon plans. It was a language from another life. Alexis swept in, her presence altering the atmosphere of the room. She complimented the bride, offered a suggestion about the neckline, her voice smooth and convincing. She was the artist, the visionary. Kendall was the mechanic. When the fitting was over and the clients were gone, Alexis lingered. The financial report is on the desk upstairs, she said. The numbers are exceptional. Kendall continued to tidy her pins. I don't need to see them. Don't you, Alexis' tone was light, but it carried a needle-s point. It's the proof. It's the validation of every hard choice. Kendall finally looked at her. There is no validation, Alexis, only consequence. A shadow passed over Alexis' face, so brief it might have been a trick of the light. For a moment, she looked less like a triumphant businesswoman and more like a cornered child. Then it was gone. Consequence is just another word for result, she said, and turned to leave. But she paused at the doorway, her back to Kendall. Yes, getting out, Julius. Parole was approved. The words landed in the quiet room like stones. Kendall's hands stilled. She had not thought of her ex-husband in months, had deliberately packed him away in a box labeled past failures. Now he was being released back into the world, a ghost from a crime that now felt minor compared to the one that had replaced it. "Why are you telling me this?" Kendall asked. Alexis half turned, her profile sharp against the light from the front window. "I thought you should know. Since you were so interested in truth and consequences." Then she was gone. Kendall stood alone, the news settling into the foundation of her new reality. Julius was free. Malia was gone. Alexis was her partner. The world had been rearranged into a cruel and perfect logic. She walked to the front window and looked out at the street, at the people passing by, their lives full of ordinary problems and simple joys. She felt a distance from them that was immeasurable. She was not living a life anymore. She was curating a crime scene. Every dress she sewed was a shroud. Every success was a headstone. And the investigation, she understood now, would continue as long as she drew breath, a silent, endless interrogation in the courtroom of her own mind with no hope of appeal. The verdict had been delivered long ago, and the punishment was this life, this beautiful, hollow, and perfectly constructed hell. The days folded into one another, a seamless fabric of work and silence. Julius's impending release was a storm cloud on a horizon she never looked at anymore. She did not wonder where he would go, what he would do. He was a relic, and she was living in a museum of her own making. The new shop, Kendall and Daughter, became the talk of the city. Magazine editors and style influencers became regular visitors, their presence documented in glossy spreads that Alexis pinned to a corkboard in the lobby. Kendall avoided looking at it. The articles always mentioned the tragic loss of the younger daughter, painting it as a somber backdrop to a story of resilience and triumph. They ate the narrative Alexis served them, and Kendall sewed their clothes. One rainy Tuesday, a woman walked into the original shop. She was around Kendall's age, with a kind, tired face and a coat that had seen better seasons. She wasn't a client. "I am looking for Kendall," the woman said, her voice soft. "I am Kendall." The woman offered a hesitant smile. "I am Sarah Gable. My father was Arthur Gable, from the bookshop." The name was a punch to a bruise Kendall had thought was numb. She stared at the woman, the pins in her hand feeling suddenly like weapons. "I see." "He passed away last week," Sarah said, her eyes glistening. "It was very quick. Pneumonia." The words hung between them. Kendall could offer no condolence that would not be a hypocrisy. She had been complicit in the eviction that had undoubtedly broken the old man's spirit, if not directly his health. "I am sorry for your loss," she managed, the phrase ash in her mouth. Sarah nodded, wiping a tear away with a gloved finger. "Thank you. That's not why I am here, though. When we were clearing out his apartment, we found a box. It was addressed to you." She reached into her large bag and pulled out a small cardboard carton tied with twine. "He was a man of few words, my dad, but he said if anything ever happened to him, I was to make sure you got this. He said you'd understand." Kendall took the box. It was heavier than it looked. She felt the ghost of Mr. Gable's gentle, defeated eyes on her. "Thank you," she whispered. Sarah Gable gave a small, sad nod and left, the bell on the door chiming her exit. Kendall did not open the box immediately. She carried it upstairs to the apartment and set it on the kitchen table where it sat through dinner. Alexis eyed it with open curiosity but asked no questions. Their silence had rules, and personal mail was outside its jurisdiction. That night, after Alexis had retired to her room, Kendall untied the twine. Inside, nestled in yellowed newspaper, were books, not just any books, first editions. a collection of rare, beautiful volumes of poetry and classic literature. On top was a note in Mr. Gable's shaky, precise handwriting. Kendall, a life should not be measured by its length, but by the beauty it leaves behind. I saw the beauty in your Malia. She loved these. They are for you now. Do not let the world make your heart a stone. Your friend, Arthur. Kendall sank into a chair, her breath catching. She had not known Malia visited the bookshop. She had not known they shared a love for these words, these beautiful, fragile things. While she had been building her fortress, her daughter had been next door, finding solace in poetry. She picked up a thin volume of Emily Dickinson. It fell open to a page that had been dog-eared. After great pain, a formal feeling comes. She could not read the rest, the words blurred. This was a new piece of evidence, a clue she had missed entirely. It changed nothing of the crime, but it changed everything about the victim. It made Malia more real, and her absence more profound. The next day she placed the books on a small shelf in her bedroom. She did not hide them. When Alexis came in to discuss the week's schedule, her eyes fell on the new collection. She picked up the Dickinson, her expression unreadable. These are valuable, she said, her tone clinical. We could get a good price for them. Kendall looked at her daughter, at the cold practicality that had become her entire identity. They are not for sale. Alexis met her gaze, the book held between them like a contested piece of evidence. For a moment, Kendall saw a flicker of something not understanding, but a recognition of a line being drawn. Alexis set the book back on the shelf with a quiet finality. The Van Horn account expects their initial designs by Friday, she said, and walked out. Kendall turned back to her work table. The investigation was not just about the past anymore. It was about the present. It was about saving the last, fragile remnants of beauty from the relentless engine of their success. She picked up her shears, the cold metal solid in her hand. The truth was not just a burden to carry, it was a tool, and she was finally learning how to use it. The shears felt different in her hand now, not just an instrument of creation, but a potential weapon of defense. She looked at the bolt of silk before her, a pale, shimmering blue, and saw not a gown for a wealthy client, but the cover of a book, the color of a sky Malia would never see again. The books on the shelf were not just mementos. They were a map to a part of her daughter she had never known, and a rebuke to the life she was currently living. Alexis, sensing a new and unspoken boundary, became more aggressively corporate. She hired a publicist and began planning a trunk show in New York. The business was a runaway train, and she was stoking the furnace, eager to see how fast it could go. Kendall watched it all with a detached calm. She did the work, met the clients, and maintained the silence, but her mind was elsewhere, tracing the lines of poems in her memory. One evening, as Kendall was closing the original shop, a man appeared at the door. He was tall and thin, his clothes hanging loosely on his frame, his face a roadmap of hard years. It was Julius. He looked older than he should have, his eyes holding a hollowed-out look she recognized from her own reflection. "Kendall," he said, his voice raspy from disuse. She did not invite him in. She stood in the doorway, a needle still tucked into the apron she wore. "Julius. I heard about the new place, the big success." He gestured vaguely in the direction of the new shop. "Alexis, she did all that." "Well, she did," Kendall said. He nodded, shoving his hands into his pockets. "And Malia." The name, spoken aloud by him, was a physical blow. She had protected herself from his grief for so long, seeing it as a cheap, performative thing next to her own silent, searching agony. But the raw pain in his voice now was undeniable. "She's gone, Julius," Kendall said, her own voice flat. "You know that." "I know what the police said," he replied, his eyes searching her face. "But I never knew what you believed." And there it was, the question that had defined her existence for years, asked by the one person she had never thought to answer. He had been locked away, a convenient villain, while she conducted her private inquest. She had never considered what he might have wondered in his cell. She looked at him, this broken man who had failed their family long before the ultimate failure, and she saw not an accomplice to her misery, but another person Malia had left behind. The truth, the terrible, unspoken knowledge she carried, pressed against her teeth. She could tell him. She could watch the understanding break him all over again. It would be a form of vengeance. But as she looked into his weary eyes, she saw Mr. Gable's note in her mind. Do not let the world make your heart a stone. I believe she's at peace, Kendall said finally, the lie a strange and merciful gift. It was the only kindness she had left to give anyone, and she gave it to him. Julius absorbed this, his shoulders slumping slightly in what might have been relief or simply acceptance. He nodded again. Okay. He turned to leave, then paused. She was a good kid, the best of all of us. After he was gone, Kendall locked the door and leaned against it, the cool wood pressing into her back. She had protected Alexis. She had protected the business. She had even, in her own way, protected Julius from a truth that would have destroyed him. She was the keeper of all the secrets, the guardian of the gilded cage. But the books on her shelf were a different kind of secret, a quiet, subversive truth of their own. And as she climbed the stairs to the apartment, she knew her sentence was no longer about passive endurance. It was about a different kind of work, a meticulous, hidden stitching together of a different legacy, one made of paper and words and the memory of a girl who loved poetry, a counter-narrative to the beautiful, brutal empire her surviving daughter was building next door. The following week, the trunk of a large oak tree outside the new shop was wrapped in a silk ribbon the color of the pale blue book cover. It was a small, strange gesture, anonymous and poetic. Kendall saw it on her way in and felt a knot tighten in her chest. It was not Alexis' style. It was too subtle, too sentimental. Inside, the morning was a whirlwind of preparation for the New York trip. Alexis was everywhere at once, her voice a crisp conductor of chaos. The samples need to be crated by noon. I want a final check on the lookbook. Kendall, the Van Horn wedding gown needs its final press before it is photographed. Kendall moved to the gown, a spectacular confection of ivory lace and tulle. As she steamed the delicate fabric, her fingers traced the intricate patterns. Each stitch was perfect, a testament to her skill, but it felt like weaving a web, not creating a dream. A young woman from the publicist's office, whose name Kendall could never remember, approached her. "Ms. Kendall, we'd love to get a quote from you for the press release, about the inspiration behind the new collection." Kendall kept her eyes on the lace. "My daughter is the inspiration. She is the vision." "Yes, of course, but something more personal, about legacy, perhaps, about carrying on after a loss." Kendall lifted her head and looked directly at the young woman, who flinched under the gaze. "The only thing I carry is the needle," she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Later, as she took a moment alone in the original shop, she saw a slip of paper had been pushed under the door. It was a page torn from a book, a poem by Edna St. Vincent Millay. A single line was underlined in pencil. "Where you used to be, there is a hole in the world, which I find myself constantly walking around in the afternoon and falling into at night." There was no signature. Kendall's heart hammered against her ribs. She looked around the empty shop at the dust motes dancing in the slanted afternoon light. It felt like a message from the past, a whisper from Malia herself. But it was also a message for the present, a reminder that the hole was still there, no matter how much gold leaf and silk they used to cover it. She folded the paper and tucked it into the pocket of her dress next to her pincushion. It was evidence, not of a crime, but of a presence. Someone else remembered. Someone else was still falling into the hole. That night she did not go upstairs to the apartment. She stayed in the old shop, the single lamp on her work table casting a small pool of light. She took down one of Mr. Gable's books, a collection of Robert Frost. She opened it and began to read, her lips moving silently over the familiar words. The silence around her was no longer oppressive. It was a listening silence. And for the first time in years, Kendall felt not like a warden in her own prison, but like a sentinel, waiting for a sign that the world had not entirely forgotten the difference between a monument and a memory. The investigation was ongoing, but the scope had widened. She was no longer just the accused. She was also a detective on a new, quieter case, searching for traces of grace in the ruins. The air in the old shop changed after that. It was no longer just a place of work, but a sanctuary. Kendall began leaving a book open on a small reading stand near the window. The page changed daily. It was a small act, a signal fire for whoever had left the note. She never saw anyone take notice, but sometimes, returning from an errand, she would find a single wildflower laid upon the open page. Alexis was too consumed with the New York showcase to notice these subtle shifts. Her energy was a force of nature, a hurricane of ambition that left no room for poetry or wildflowers. The day before their departure, she presented Kendall with a new dress for the trip, a severe and elegant sheath of black wool. "We need to look the part," she said, "successful, untouchable." Kendall accepted the dress without comment. That night she took her shears and carefully removed the inner lining. In its place, she stitched the page from the Millet poem, the words resting against the silk where they would lie against her own skin, a hidden layer of truth beneath the impeccable exterior. The flight was a blur of noise and pressure. In the hotel room they shared, a sleek tower overlooking a city that never slept, Alexis laid out their schedule with military precision. "The buyers from Bergdorf's are our first priority, then the editor from Vogue. We must be flawless." Kendall stood by the window, watching the endless streams of light below. "Do you ever wonder what she would have thought of all this?" she asked, her voice quiet. Alexis's hands stilled on the stack of lookbooks. The question hung in the artificially cooled air, an uninvited guest. "She would have been proud," Alexis said, her tone final, brooking no argument. It was the party line, the narrative she fed the press. "Would she?" Kendall turned from the window. She loved old books and quiet corners. She wouldn't have known what to make of that room downstairs. She gestured toward the lobby, where their collection was being displayed amid champagne flutes and hired models. "That was a child's preference," Alexis snapped, a rare crack in her composure. "She would have grown up. She would have understood that this is what matters, this is what lasts." She swept her hand around the expensive hotel room, a gesture meant to encompass the entire empire she was building. Kendall looked at her daughter, truly looked at her, at the fierce, desperate certainty in her eyes. And she understood then that Alexis was not just building a business. She was building a fortress against the same void that haunted Kendall, but her materials were money and fame and fabric, and she believed with a religious fervor that if she built it high enough and strong enough, she could keep the darkness out. The showcase the next day was a triumph. The clothes were exquisite, the models were perfect, and the buyers were effusive. Alexis moved through the crowd, radiant and sharp, the brilliant daughter, the triumphant survivor. Kendall stood to the side, a silent partner in her hidden poem dress. She was the anchor to Alexis's sail, the ballast to her flight. A woman approached her, older, with a thoughtful gaze and a simple but beautiful scarf tied at her neck. "Your work is extraordinary," the woman said. "The hand stitching on the lace is like something from another time." "Thank you," Kendall said. The woman's eyes drifted to the window, then back to Kendall. "It reminds me of a line from a poem," she said softly, almost to herself. "After great pain, a formal feeling comes." Kendall's breath caught. She looked at the woman, searching for a sign, a confirmation. But the woman merely gave a small, knowing smile and melted back into the crowd. Later, in the quiet of their hotel room, the sounds of the city a distant roar, Kendall knew the investigation had reached a new phase. The messages were not just from a ghost in her hometown. They were here in the heart of the machine. The truth was not a single buried fact. It was a current, a quiet, persistent underground stream flowing beneath the glittering surface of their lives, and she was not its only keeper. She was a fellow traveler, and her sentence was no longer a solitary confinement, but a shared, silent vigil. The return home felt like crossing a border into a different country. The quiet of the old shop was a palpable relief after the clamor of New York. Kendall unpacked her bag, her fingers brushing against the hidden poem in the dress. She had not been flawless, but she had been armored. Alexis, fueled by their success, was already planning the next expansion. We need to capitalize on this momentum. I'm thinking a menswear line. It's the logical next step. She spoke of fabric swatches and target demographics, her language a foreign tongue of conquest. Kendall simply listened. She went through the motions of the business, her hands performing their familiar tasks while her mind worked on the new, quiet problem. The woman at the showcase, the wildflowers, the ribbon on the tree. It was a pattern, a constellation of gentle resistance. She needed to understand its source. A few days later, a package arrived at the old shop. It was addressed to her in a looping, elegant script she did not recognize. Inside was a book, a modern collection of essays on grief and art. Tucked into the front cover was a note, "For the Sentinel, you are not the only one keeping watch." This time there was a return address, a small street in a part of the city known for its artists and bookshops. It was an invitation. That afternoon, under the pretext of sourcing a specific type of thread, Kendall drove to the address. It was a narrow building squeezed between a cafe and a frame shop. A hand-painted sign above the door read, "The Persephone Press." The bell jingled as she entered, a different sound from the one on her own door, softer and older. The space was small, crowded with shelves of beautifully printed letterpress volumes and broadsides. The air smelled of ink and paper. A woman emerged from a back room, wiping her hands on an ink-stained apron. It was the woman from the New York showcase. She smiled, a warm, genuine expression that reached her eyes. "Kendall, I was hoping you'd come." "You sent the books," Kendall said. It wasn't a question. "I did. My name is Clara. I was a friend of Arthur Gable's." And she paused, her gaze steady and kind. "I was a friend of Melia's." The world tilted. Kendall reached out, her hand finding the solid edge of a typeset cabinet for support. "You knew my daughter." Clara nodded. She found her way here a few months before she died. She was drawn to the press, to the words. She said she wanted to learn how to make things that lasted, things that were true. Clara gestured to a small, framed broadside on the wall. It was a single Rilke poem, printed in deep blue ink. She helped me set the type for that one. Kendall walked to the wall, her vision blurring. She saw her daughter's hands, not as she last saw them, but here, in this room, carefully placing metal letters into a composing stick, creating order from chaos, making something beautiful and permanent. It was a version of Melia she had never met, a person who existed outside the confines of their family tragedy. Why didn't she tell me? The words were a whisper, torn from a deep and private hurt. Clara's expression was full of a profound understanding. I think she was trying to find a part of herself that was separate from everything else, from the grief in your home, from the shadow of your work. She loved you, Kendall, but she needed a space that was hers alone. Kendall stood in the quiet of the print shop, surrounded by the ghosts of words her daughter had helped to physical form. The investigation had not led her to a culprit or a single, shattering revelation. It had led her here to a room full of quiet persistence, to a woman who held a piece of her daughter's soul. The truth was not a weapon, it was a key. And in Clara's calm, ink-stained gaze, Kendall understood that her sentence was over. It was time to stop being a warden and start being a keeper, not just of secrets, but of the fragile, beautiful truths that Melia had left behind.